This is Planet Frieza number 79, where down on the surface, one of Frieza's soldiers announces that Lord Aiz is about to be born. All troops nearby are called to the rejuvenation chambers. One by one, soldiers line up at the doors as the chambers swing open, and out of the room steps the son of Frieza, Aiz. If any of this sounds familiar, a few weeks ago I actually got a pretty interesting comment on a Sparking Zero video of all things that says something along the lines of, hey, I know Dragon Ball Kakami has no sign of coming back, but can you finish Dragon Ball AF? So I decided to look into this a little bit, and since I know Toyble isn't working on their version of AF anymore, it was pretty easy to locate young Gigi's Dragon Ball AF that surprisingly has twice as many chapters now than what I covered all those years ago. Back in 2018 through 2019, I was still pretty new at all of this, but now I feel like I can give you guys a much better quality telling of Dragon Ball AF, longer than the 5-minute videos that we used to do. If you've been missing the fan manga, be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the 30+ chapters of this story that we have to go over now. And without further ado, let's hop right back into young Gigi's Dragon Ball AF. Congratulations on your birth, Lord Aiz, one of Frieza's soldiers says as Aiz steps out of his birthing chamber. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of questions too about this supposed birth, right? Did Aiz come out of an egg? And if so, who laid it? But that's a talk for another time. He says Aiz has actually been thawing out for many long years, raising even more questions in my head that I'm sure will be answered later on. And he says that his father Frieza actually gave him this name. Aiz tells him that he wants to fight a strong opponent, shocking the guards that this is his first request of all things, saying he wants to let loose the power he's preserved over all these long years of thawing. Well, with this request, they have no other option than to take Aiz to a planet where strong warriors await. Little did the rest of the 7th know, however, the universe was about to face a danger the likes of which it had never seen before. Up until now, Goku and the others have fought countless mighty opponents and continued to grow and develop in the process. They then finally defeated their strongest enemy ever, Omega Shenron, after a long and grueling battle. At the time of these events, 3 years have passed since the conclusion of that battle with Omega Shenron. Pan is 16 years old now, and she's currently a student in high school within West City as we see her heading out for the morning. On her way, she overhears a robbery/hostage situation going on. Unfortunately, or fortunately I guess if you missed any of these losers, it's the Pilaf gang wondering why they've been reduced to simple bank robbers now, but it's because they've failed at pretty much everything else they've ever done at this point that this is the only way that they're even able to eat now. Kinda sad, honestly, but when Pan shows up, even the bystanders know that the day has been saved. She springs into action and it makes extremely quick work of the Pilaf gang, who, to be pretty fair, are old at this point, so we really just watched the teenager beat up 2 grandpas and a grandma. Again, pretty sad, right? Well, Shu actually surrendered, so Pilaf and Mai got the worst of it, and then Pan heads back to school. I'll save you guys the boredom of a day in the life of a teenage Pan in high school, as her friends just envy her for being as talented as she is in everything and being the granddaughter of the world's greatest hero. Nope, not this one, this one. Later on, we find ourselves in the finals of the next Tenkaichi Budokai. I don't even know what number this could be at this point, with the adult division going on with Papaya Man, otherwise known as Uub, who was the champion of the last tournament and the city's defender of justice, taking on Captain B. Interesting choice of names, but still with the theme of Dragon Ball titles, I guess. I don't think I have to go into the deep intricacies of this fight for you guys to know that Uub just one-shots this guy with the same liver punch Tank gave Ryan. He's down within seconds, making Uub the back-to-back champion, garnering cheers from everyone in the crowd. Even though this is a fan manga, there's something still kinda sad about seeing all these characters that we grew up with age like this. Speaking about Hercule and especially the tournament announcer. At the conclusion of the tournament, Hercule announces that Uub will actually be his successor as well, so it really does look like Uub is the future, being the successor of both Goku and now the champ himself. Back over on the random planet of strong warriors, Aiz is not amused with these weak prospects, eliminating them all one by one without breaking a sweat. And hey, does this guy look like Legic? Before Ice starts going nuclear though with his distaste for these weak opponents, the Frieza soldiers mention that maybe the Saiyan who defeated Lord Frieza could be a better match for him, the Saiyan named Goku, which catches Ice's attention. The Saiyan resides on a planet named Earth, so this is immediately the next destination for Ice and the rest of the crew. Over at Capsule Corp, Vegeta is training as usual, and he's actually reached the point where he's obtained Super Saiyan 3 as well. Unfortunately, you know how this type of thing always goes. Vegeta says he's gotten pretty used to Super Saiyan 3, but no matter how hard he trains, he can't seem to become a Super Saiyan 4 still. Apparently, you do need a tail after all, he thinks to himself, angry that he has to rely on this stupid Blutz Wave machine again to achieve the same form as Goku, but this still won't discourage him from continuing to get stronger. A little bit of a funny encounter though outside of the training room. When Vegeta walks out, he runs into his daughter Bulla. She asks if he's been training again, to which he of course confirms, but when she gets a whiff of him, she calls him musty, which stabs him straight in the heart, bringing him down to his knees. This poor guy right here. Back at Gohan's library, this is the first time we've seen him so far this story, as he descends a ladder with reference material for his next study, but all of a sudden, he's alerted by this abysmally strong power headed straight towards Earth. Not just Gohan though, the entirety of the Z fighters from Vegeta to Goten and Trunks and even Pan and Uub are all on edge from this massive and sinister ki headed straight towards the Earth as Aiz makes his presence known, ready to challenge Goku. Gohan drops everything, saying he's got a really bad feeling about this and heads for the landing site of the incoming ki. At the rendezvous point, Vegeta and the boys are already here, followed by Pan, Uub, and eventually Gohan being the last one to make it here, as some of these guys haven't seen each other in quite some time, notably Uub, who Vegeta takes notice of. In my own head canon, I like to think because Uub probably reminds him of Goku, but the reunion is soon broken up by the ship coming into sight and everyone getting ready for whatever or whoever awaits. To everyone's shock, this is unmistakably one of Frieza's premier ships, but the ki that they feel from on board is enough to make them all tremble. The ship flies right past everyone and lands in the distance as they remember that this is Frieza's ship. However, whoever's on board is much stronger than the Frieza they know, but they decide to pursue the landing anyway, anxious for whatever they may find. Aiz, although curious of the planet, is dead set on finding Goku at once, so they waste no time in trying to locate a large power level. All of a sudden though, their scouters pick up 6 large power levels headed straight towards them as Vegeta and the others cut them off to discover just what they're doing here. Vegeta demands to know who the hell these guys are and why they're here, and this is when one of the soldiers recognizes him as the traitor defector from Frieza Force many years ago. They then learn that shockingly, this is Frieza's son Aiz, and that he's come to this planet to kill the man who defeated his father named Goku. Coincidentally though, Aiz isn't here for revenge. He reminds me much of someone like Cell. He just wants to fight the strongest opponents he can find, which is music to Vegeta's ears as he offers to step up and take Goku's place instead. Vegeta steps up and begins transforming into Super Saiyan, and then Super Saiyan 2, and to the shock of everyone, his power keeps growing. He then transforms into Super Saiyan 3 to the surprise of everyone on the battlefield, even Aiz, as Gohan and Uub can't believe it. It's been quite a while since they've seen this form. The others stand by nervously as Vegeta and Aiz begin their battle, and at first, everything seems relatively evenly matched, but if there's one thing we know, is that this transformation is not something to rely on for the long haul. Aiz and Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta engage in such an intense back and forth that I kinda got flashbacks to Goku vs Cell in the Cell games here, with the way this battle looks like it could go either way. Eventually, Vegeta launches a massive Big Bang attack from high in the sky that homes in on his opponent on the ground, but to his shock, Aiz deflects it back into the sky. This isn't gonna be quite as easy or quick as the Z fighters may have thought, especially if Aiz is hiding even more power with the way he's able to be so evenly matched with Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, and he hasn't powered up once, and I think that that's starting to sink in with everybody. Aiz's attitude towards all of this though is much more sadistic than they could have imagined, as he relishes every single second of this battle, saying that Vegeta is the most worthy warrior he's ever faced. For Vegeta, however, he's realizing that Aiz's power far eclipses that of Frieza's, and it doesn't look like this guy is even breaking a sweat so far. All of a sudden, a voice speaks to Gohan telepathically as Piccolo reaches out, speaking directly to him from the afterlife in his mind. He tells Gohan that Frieza actually informed him of something terrible that they all need to know. Frieza and his family come from planet Winter, where immediately after being born, and there's still no confirmation on if these guys come from eggs or not, they cover themselves with ice and enter a thawing period. The longer the thawing period lasts, the stronger the warrior being born is. He says that it seems that in Frieza's case, his thawing lasted 5 years, and for his father King Cold, 6 years. However, in the case of Ice, his thawing period was over 50 years long, 10 times that of his father Frieza, as Ice looks to finish off Vegeta and then go on to eliminate the rest of the Z Fighters, which seems quite possible in the near future without Goku. After learning how long Aiza's thawing period was once he was born thanks to Piccolo, which was 10 times the length of Frieza's by the way, Vegeta begins to fight himself by transforming into a Super Saiyan 3. In Chapter 2 of Dragon Ball AF, Down in Hell, Frieza seems pretty pleased by his son's strength as he and Piccolo watch the Z Fighter struggle against this new opponent. Looks like he's grown up splendidly. Such an adorable child, Frieza says, and even if this is how he's finally able to get revenge on the Saiyans, so be it. Back on Earth, Gohan is finally doing the math and realizing just how much stronger this guy is than Frieza, who gave them such a hard time in the past. Piccolo, however, tells him that although he has a very bad feeling about this, they shouldn't hesitate to fight him all at once together. Gohan says he understands because he also has a really bad feeling about this. Gohan tells Vegeta that they'll all help out too, but of course, Vegeta's pride would never allow him to accept help from others in a fight, so he tells them to just keep quiet and watch. Looks like Ice is ready to continue their battle as well, with Vegeta giving Ice his props, calling him more than capable and saying that he underestimated him at first. The fight kicks back off with Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta's speed picking up even more than before, but there's something kinda off-putting about Ice. He may be holding his own against Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, but it's clear one of them is exerting a lot more effort than the other. Vegeta tosses a blast at Ice, who easily maneuvers around it and appears beside Vegeta, landing an elbow to the face. Now it's Ice whose speed has skyrocketed more as he launches Vegeta across the battlefield and appears behind him and sends him crashing into the ground. Don't tell me that that's the extent of your power, Ice says as he appears standing over Vegeta. If so, quite disappointed. Vegeta tells them that this isn't all his power as he gets back to his feet and makes a pretty interesting decision. I never thought I'd have to use this to deal with the likes of you, Vegeta says as he calls out to Trunks and deploys a capsule and pulls out a weapon that it's been quite a while since we've seen. Fire this at me, he tells Trunks as he tosses the Blitzwave gun at him. It's a Blitzwave generator that I had Bulma make, meaning that it's time for Vegeta to have his awakening once again. Trunks goes ahead and points the Blitzwave machine at Vegeta and fires, causing his tail to grow back and transforming him into a golden great ape. Vegeta instantly regains consciousness as like before and transforms into a Super Saiyan 4 again, shocking Eyes. That's incredible, Uub states, with Gohan and the others stunned as well. Vegeta thanks Eyes for waiting so patiently, and now he'll show him what happens when he gets serious. You're gonna regret this. Ice admits that this is a pretty strange looking transformation, and then the two of them begin round 2. Vegeta launches himself at Ice and shows off some overwhelming power, sending Ice flying with a single punch and with exceptional speed, absolutely blitzing him. Next, he takes aim and fires a final shine attack at his opponent. This attack engulfs Ice and explodes, sending a shockwave across the battlefield, and as both the Z Fighters and the Frieza Force look on in shock, thinking that Ice may have been obliterated, once the smoke clears, however, Ice is still in one piece, but he severely underestimated Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, saying that there's no way he's this strong. Even the Frieza soldiers seem worried at this point, but unfortunately for Vegeta and the rest, this is nowhere near the end of this encounter. Ice descends back to the ground across from Vegeta, with his face turning from anguish back to excitement, which throws Vegeta off. Frankly, I didn't think that you'd be this good, Ice says, as then he admits that maybe it's time for him to get a little serious himself. Serious? Vegeta asks. Are you saying you haven't been serious up until now, with Aiz confirming? Vegeta doesn't believe him at all for some reason, but all of a sudden, Aiz's power takes a steep skyrocket. He begins to transform into this grotesque state as his body grows and morphs with horns sprouting out of his head. When he finishes, Aiz's new form looks identical to second form Frieza, but his power has gotten even more ridiculous. Even Vegeta is trembling now as Aiz undergoes his own power up, saying that he's gotten a little stronger himself, so please don't die too easily. It's at this point that Gohan realizes that they've waited too long. They should have listened to Piccolo and attacked Aiz all at once instead of listening to Vegeta. When Aiz goes for his first attack, his speed leaves Vegeta speechless as he disappears from sight. He rocks Vegeta and lifts him into the air with this attack. Then he starts speed blitzing Vegeta all over the place and absolutely overwhelming the Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta starts gaining his footing again and looks a little more even in the battle now, as he's been able to go a little more toe-to-toe with Aiz, but is still severely outmatched. Finally, Gohan, Goten, Uub, and Trunks decide that they need to try and help Vegeta now before he ends up dying, so Trunks gives Pan the Blitz Wave machine before calling Goten to fuse. Finally, we get to see adult Goten and Trunks undergo the fusion, which is something we've been waiting years for since the Dragon Ball Super superhero arc at this point in the manga, and they converge into Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Uub also powers up to his maximum strength and leaps into the battle with Gotenks. However, even with the two of them attacking at once, Aiz doesn't seem too worried. This is when Gohan turns to Pan, who's been contemplating this next move for the last few moments, as he tells her to fire the Blitz Wave gun at him. Pan pleads that if she does, it'll turn him into a grade 8, but Gohan tells her that it's necessary because he can't defeat Aiz the way he is now. It's an all or nothing gamble, but it's time for him to become a Super Saiyan 4 too. When Vegeta came to Earth, Gohan transformed into a grade 8, but he remembers hearing Krillin and his father's voices. Perhaps because of my Earthling blood, he goes on, I maybe have a higher chance of regaining my senses. Becoming a Super Saiyan 4 is a matter of transforming into a golden grade 8 and then coming to your senses again. So when I become an Uzaru, I want you to call out to me, he tells Pan. Your voice should definitely get through to me. So she agrees and gets ready to shoot him. When Gohan gets hit with the Blitz Wave machine, he undergoes the same transformation as Vegeta as he quickly sprouts a tail and transforms into a grade 8 on the battlefield. Even Aiz is taken aback by there all of a sudden being a grade 8 as Gohan starts flailing wildly and launching attacks in any which direction. This is when Pan yells out for her father to come back to his senses before he destroys everything around them, and possibly them included. However, just as he predicted, Gohan quickly regains consciousness and begins to return to his humanoid form. As everyone on the battlefield, Aiz, Vegeta, Pan, and the boys all watch in amazement, Gohan finally, and for the first time ever, transforms into a Super Saiyan 4. Now, while this may be an exciting moment for Pan, the rest of the Z Fighters, and Gohan himself, defeating Aiz as a Super Saiyan 4 is still a steep hill to climb, as we've seen by evidence of Vegeta, but Gohan is more than up for the challenge. And it even motivates Vegeta even more as well, so they all finally decide to fight together for the first time in this battle. Vegeta tells Gohan that he better not slow him down, as we now get to see Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Gohan for the first time fighting side by side, with this giving readers flashbacks to Raditz versus Goku and Vegeta before Uub and Gotenks enter the fray as well. And while they distract Aiz, Vegeta prepares a massive Big Bang attack that he launches from above. Aiz catches the attack though, trying to push it back again, but this time before he's able to deflect it, Uub launches his most powerful attack, and next to him, Gotenks as well, followed finally by Gohan, launching a full-powered Super Kamehameha to end the assault as they send Aiz spiraling into a flurry of attacks that can be seen from outer space even. Down in hell, Frieza and Piccolo are stunned that they might have actually done it. Without Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, along with the others, may have actually been able to defeat Aiz. Even Tien and Chaozu admit that they've never felt such a powerful ki before from the other side of the planet and wonder what the heck is going on over there. Back at the battlefield, Gohan and Vegeta seem to think that the battle is finally over, as well as the Frieza Force begins to panic too. However, out of the crater, the unthinkable happens. As the Z-Fighters look on, even after their laddered attacks from all 4 of them together, Ice steps out of the crater with barely a scratch on him, but he's clearly pissed off after that most recent attempt. He leaps out of the hole and gives them a smirk, amused by their power output, but it wasn't anywhere near enough. "I've had enough fun, thank you," he says. "I managed to work off some stress, so let me offer you a small present in return. I'll put you all out of your misery with my true form. It'll only take 1 instant, so you won't have to suffer," Ice says, as Ice confirms that he's not done with his transformations yet either, and he's been hiding even more power, beyond that of which a Super Saiyan 4 is able to combat. "Did you say true form?" Vegeta stumbles, as Ice confirms that in the next chapter of Dragon Ball AF, the Z-Fighters will be beholden to the true power he's been suppressing this entire time, as he's just been humoring their attempts at overwhelming him this entire battle. Ice still has 1 transformation left, even after both Gohan and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4s, and he's barely broken a sweat after taking their most powerful attacks. Dragon Ball AF Chapter 3 begins on the planet of the Kais, with Old Kai and Kibito Kai being their regular selves, one peeping on a woman and one peeping on conflicts on Earth. Kibito Kai begs Old Kai not to be so easygoing because terrible things are happening right now. "Terrible things, huh?" Old Kai asks. Kibito Kai tells him that it turns out Frieza, the guy who, remember, tried to take over the galaxy a while ago, had a son. That son of his is seeking strong opponents, Goku in other words, so he's come to Earth. Elder Kai still doesn't seem too worried because even without Goku, surely whoever this guy is no match for Vegeta and Gohan, right? Well, unfortunately, he'd be very wrong here, as Kibito Kai confirms that this guy is at least 10 times stronger than Frieza, and he's giving all of the Z-Fighters, not just Gohan and Vegeta, a pretty tough time right now. Elder Kai grabs the crystal ball and takes a little gander at the battle on Earth right now, but even with their own capabilities and how much they've been able to help the Z-Fighters in the past, there's really no hand they can play right now. Kibito Kai asks if their only choice is to revive Goku, but unfortunately, that's out of the question as well. So as much as they want to do something, they've got no choice but to leave it up to Vegeta and Gohan at this point. But Elder Kai makes a point to mention that if they can't overcome a trial of this scale, then the Earth will be doomed anyway. A little bit of foreshadowing here. Kibito Kai doesn't understand at first, but Elder Kai tells him in due time it'll all be clear. But at any rate, all they can do is watch over them at this point. So let's all watch over them and see how the Z-Fighters handle this. Be sure to leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel for more Dragon Ball AF if you're enjoying this story, and let's hop on in. Back on planet Earth over at Kame House, Roshi couldn't have a care in the world, but Krillin and 18 can both sense massive ki clashing far off in the distance. Krillin is an old man at this point, so there isn't really much he can do, so all they can really do at this point is rely on Gohan and Vegeta as well. Only Goku were here at a time like this, but unfortunately, this time, he's really gone. Back at the battlefield, the thought of Aiz having even more power has everyone stunned, as he tells Gohan and Vegeta to watch closely. Once again, Aiz begins to undergo another transformation, this one even more grotesque and fearsome than the previous, as spikes erupt from his back this time. His face starts to morph as well, as he begins to take on a form kinda similar to third form Frieza, but more importantly, his power keeps rising and rising and rising again, as the others can't believe their eyes. Aiz's ki erupts as his transformation completes, with all hope leaving the Z-Fighters at this point. I mean, they gave it all they had previously, but now his power is far beyond their comprehension. When the smoke clears, third form, or final form Aiz if you will, is born. King Kai can't believe the extent of the power he's feeling right now, saying this guy is too strong, asking how something like this could even be possible. Who would have thought that Frieza would have a son? It might be over for not only the Earth, but the entire universe at this point, he says. Now that Goku's not here, They have no hope of defeating someone like this. Ai's ki is so sinister now, so powerful that the mere pressure of him standing in front of them is causing those weaker to pass out all over the battlefield. I mean, Pan is literally in pain from the pressure of his ki, and Uub is frozen solid. Ai's makes the first move, charging at Gohan, but he goes right past him and creases Uub with a monstrous punch to the gut with incredible speed that no one was able to track. He's so fast, Vegeta says, as Ai sends Uub flying across the battlefield and then turns his attention to his next victim. While everyone panics from Uub being knocked out from a single hit, Ai's appears behind Gotenks next and with a single strike, chops his arm off, reminiscent of how Nappa did Tien all the way back in early Dragon Ball Z. I kind of wonder what happens when they unfuse if they both lost an arm here, but I guess that's neither here nor there. Ai's goes to end Gotenks with one final blast, but Gohan moves as fast as he can to stop him and attempts to clash with Ai's, but in this new form of his, it's just no use. Gohan can't even budge this guy anymore. Once he gets knocked back, Gohan fires another Super Kamehameha at Ai's with the majority of whatever is left of his ki, putting everything he has into this final attack. Ai's, however, is more than equipped to deal with these attacks now as the beam closes in and looks to engulf him. However, this is when Ai's completely slaps away and deflects this attack away into the distance. Whether this part was just a coincidence or a show of dominance and just how evil Ai's is, that deflected attack completely destroyed a town in the distance. Impossible, Gohan says. I fired that Kamehameha at full force. How could he deflect it so easily? There's nothing I can do. Not with that caliber of Kamehameha. Our levels are just too different now. The air has completely left the battlefield now, and it seems like any hope the Z Fighters had left has been sorely depleted. Ai's goes on to hunt his next victim, charging at Gohan with full intent on eliminating him this time around, as he easily overwhelms him with a flurry of attacks before sending him crashing into the ground below with one final kick. It's hopeless, Vegeta says, trembling. This is the end of the Earth. Gohan attempts to stand his ground against Ai's, but he can't fake it any longer. He knows he can't win. Ai's mocks him, saying that he won't be able to protect the Earth like this. What would Goku do right now is a question on everyone's mind. Kibito Kai begs Elder Kai to go into action, pleading with him to revive Goku before everyone on Earth is killed. However, Elder Kai continues to hesitate, weighing the consequences of not helping those on Earth right now versus reigniting the tragedy they just overcame with the defeat of Omega Shenron a couple years prior. With Gohan completely out of power, Ai's begins toying with him, shooting him once in the knee with an attack so fast Gohan couldn't even see it coming. What followed next though was just completely sadistic. Ai's repeatedly shoots Gohan over and over again, much like his father did to Piccolo back on Namek all those years ago with his crazy death beam attack, completely dismantling Gohan's demeanor and breaking him down in the process. Pan, who is watching all of this, can barely control her rage as she sees her father being tortured and torn to pieces, and she goes on to make quite possibly the single worst mistake of her life. She charges at Ai's to try and save her father, but being completely outclassed is an understatement. I mean, Ai's himself is surprised that someone who couldn't even stand the pressure of his ki earlier is attacking him, but he simply dodges her attack, and she throws a blast up at him in the air, but he tanks it without so much as a scratch. Gohan begs her to get away from the battlefield now and try and escape. However, Ai's superior speed puts an end to that and allows him to cut her off at every angle, as he asks her if she really thinks she can run away now. He tells her to not be so anxious, he'll kill her soon enough as well. And this quickly turns into one of the saddest moments I've seen in a Dragon Ball manga, as a helpless Gohan is unable to do anything to save his father, trembling in the face of the strongest and most evil opponent they've ever encountered, as he ponders just how he wants to kill her. What happens next could be blamed on multiple individuals in my opinion, from the other Z Fighters for letting her stay on the battlefield this long, to Elder Kai for dragging his feet in order to do something and bring back Goku, to Pan herself for an extreme lapse in judgment and control. In one single blast, Ai's pierces Pan's chest with a death beam, killing her instantly, as she's unfortunately the first to die in this battle. The entire battlefield goes silent. Gohan's cry out for his daughter, struggling to leave his body, as he goes into complete shock watching her fall lifelessly to the ground. He flies over to her, unable to process what just happened and how much of a mistake it was to not get her out of here much sooner, and now he's lost both his father and his daughter. Aiz mocks her for being so weak, but the beast he's just awoken within Gohan will never be able to be sealed again. Gohan trembles into a blind rage, tears welling up in his eyes as something just snaps within him, something no one even knew was possible. As he holds his deceased daughter in his hands, Gohan's power erupts, sending a shockwave across the wasteland and completely leveling the entire battlefield. This eruption of ki is even more devastating than Aiz's most recent transformation, as Gohan's entire appearance completely changes. His skin darkens, his hair lengthens, and begins to change colors as well, and the signs of rage are imprinted on his face. Everyone on the battlefield is blown away by the intensity of Gohan's ki, and when the debris settles, Gohan's new transformation is revealed. Gohan's new transformation is here. This is Super Saiyan 5 Gohan, the culmination of every bit of Saiyan and human potential that Gohan has, fueled infinitely by his unbridled rage. In the blink of an eye, he disappears from the crater and appears in front of the one-armed Gotenks, who he gives Pan to, and then he goes back to deal with Aiz once and for all. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan and Aiz face off against each other, with Aiz saying that it looks like he's changed forms again, hoping that this time he'll be a little more worth his attention. Gohan only has one thing on his mind though, and it's not a friendly match to see who's strongest. Gohan starts powering up again and attacks Aiz in a blitz of speed that the people on the battlefield, even Aiz himself, never even thought possible, and the first time yet since his last transformation is able to land a decisive hit on him. And then another. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan is completely outclassing Aiz out of nowhere now as he stumbles to get back to his feet, unable to believe that Gohan got this strong so quickly and is overpowering and outspeeding him now. The rest of the Z fighters go from helpless to absolutely stunned, as Gohan has completely turned the tables on this guy. His anger from Pan's death causing his power to explode, but there's still no guarantee that even a Super Saiyan 5 will be enough to defeat someone like Aiz, who is 10 times stronger than Frieza at this point. The peak of his potential and rage are the best chance the Z fighters have now though, and Gohan is deadlocked on making this guy pay for what he just did to Pan. After the unfortunate death of Pan, Super Saiyan 4 Gohan's inner potential exploded in a fit of rage and Super Saiyan 5 was born. In Dragon Ball AF Chapter 4, we begin up at the lookout where Dende is overlooking the events taking place and how Gohan has reached a new incredible level of power. The entire earth is shaking because of the intensity of his new transformation. When Gohan loses something important, he totally loses his reason, Mr. Popo says. I can feel an incredible will to kill in his ki. With this, he can even be Aiz's perfect form, Dende agrees. But we can't use the Earth's Dragon Balls now, so it means we can't bring Pan back to life. He takes a glance back at the Dragon Balls, wondering what would Goku do right now. Back on the battlefield, Aiz is in a panic now that Gohan's new transformation is severely overpowering him. Incredible, Vegeta says. He was still holding that much power? Gohan launches himself at Aiz again in a blitz of blinding speed and attacks him in a flurry of punches. Aiz holds his face as, for the first time since his first transformation, he's actually felt pain and is driving him insane. Gohan appears above him and lands a crushing kick to the side of the face fueled by anger, sending Aiz flying into the cliffs nearby. His anger continues to spill over as Gohan powers up again, his ki constantly rising with no end in sight. Much like Dende and Mr. Popo said, the entire planet is experiencing earthquakes of devastating magnitude as all over the world, buildings are trembling and collapsing from the intensity of Gohan's power. Back on the planet of the Kais, Kibito Kai asks Elder Kai just what the heck this new transformation from Gohan is. It looks like Gohan's anger released the full extent of his hidden power, he replies. This shape is what we call the Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5, Kibito Kai asks, shocked. So this is a Super Saiyan 5? so it must mean he's much stronger. Well, when Gohan forcefully became a Super Saiyan 4, his potential started to release, Elder Kai goes on. In fact, it looks like it was fully awakened by Pan's death. Kibito Kai asks that this should mean the Earth should be saved now, right? And while Elder Kai agrees that right now it seems the danger should be out of the way, this doesn't necessarily mean Earth will be without conflict. If you guys are enjoying Dragon Ball AF Remastered, consider leaving a like on the video to let me know that you guys want me to finish this story in its entirety, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more Dragon Ball and comic content. But without further ado, let's hop into chapter 4 of Dragon Ball AF, titled mysteriously as Goku's Whereabouts. Back at the battlefield, Aiz flies out of the mountainside Gohan lodged him in with his last attack, and he is angrier than ever now, but still nowhere close to the rage Gohan feels after what he just did to Pan. It's impossible for such a guy to exist, he thinks to himself. All my strength is useless against him. I can't forgive that. I definitely can't forgive that. I'll settle this now with my full power, he says to himself. From above them in the sky, Aiz declares that he'll make them and this planet disappear. This is similar to the angle that Goku took during his Warp Kamehameha in the Cell games. However, Aiz knows that he can survive in the vacuum of space unlike them, so he doesn't have to hold anything back in vaporizing this entire planet. Aiz starts manifesting an obscenely ridiculous amount of ki in the center of his hands, putting all of his energy into this next attack. He raises his hand as his attack expands, but Gohan isn't budging. He says that he'll never forgive a monster like him for what he did to Pan, killing her like she was nothing. You're nothing but trash, he tells Aiz as tears well up in his eyes. Aiz launches his attack down to the ground below, forcing Gotenks and Vegeta to evacuate the area before they get vaporized too. As the blast moves closer, Gohan begins charging his own final Kamehameha to clash with this attack. He launches his Kamehameha into the sky, pouring out an overwhelming amount of his ki, and in one of the most beautiful shots in this manga so far, completely pierces through Aiz's full power attack. Just the intensity of this massive attack levels the battlefield and blows away Vegeta and Gotenks, who are still spectating nearby. Aiz becomes completely overwhelmed by Gohan's attack that rips through his own, and we finally get to see shock and horror on the face of this monster who caused so much pain as he knows that this is it. Aiz is engulfed by Gohan's superior Kamehameha and launched into space, where he's blown to pieces, and this is finally the conclusion of Aiz, the son of Frieza. Gohan comes out of his Super Saiyan 5 transformation and goes back to his base form, where he instantly falls to his knees and can no longer hold back the tears. The battle may be over, but what was lost here for him to gain this power is irreplaceable. The only person to have their life taken was never supposed to be a part of this fight in the first place, and as a father, I'm sure he feels like he completely failed her. Down in hell, Frieza can't believe that he was bested by the Saiyans again. However, Piccolo knows that this win came at such a cost, things will never be the same. Seeing Gohan this helpless, he even blames himself for his own lack of strength as well, wishing he could have done more to protect them, especially in the absence of Goku, who would have gladly died for both Gohan and Pan. Gotenks finally unfuses as Trunks walks over to Gohan with Pan still in his arms, saying that for the time being, they should all go heal at the lookout. Goten picks up the still unconscious Uub, and the Z-Fighters all head to Kami's lookout. Up on King Kai's planet, the ever-spectating Kai says that it seems the conflict is over for now, however the situation could become troublesome again soon. When the Z-Fighters all make it to the lookout, Dende heals up everyone and is able to awaken Uub as well, who wakes up shocked after missing the majority of the battle, asking where is Aiz? Trunks informs him that Gohan actually defeated him. However, the cost of such a victory can't be overstated. He then learns about the death of Pan is what pushed Gohan to a new level of power, but if and how they're even able to revive her is now the issue at hand. Gohan asks Dende if he's sure that they can't use the Dragon Balls, to which Dende replies that, well, There is a way, but right now the Dragon Balls are. But all of a sudden, he's cut off by a voice that they all recognize, but they can't see calling out to them. It's the Elder Kai over on the planet of the Kais. Yes, I know everything about the current situation, he says. And Gohan, I understand your feelings very well, but for now, I have something to tell you about the Dragon Balls. I'll start with the conclusion. You can't use the Dragon Balls now. Well, you said now, Gohan says. Does that mean we'll be able to use them at some point in the future? Elder Kai tells him to not be so hasty as he goes on to explain in order. So to start with the beginning, this all goes back to around 3 years ago, he says, during the battle with Omega Shenron. Back then, Goku actually died, which shocks everyone, but at this moment, when he was in that crater, Shenron spoke to him saying that he'll lend him his strength, but there is a condition. This current situation, Shenron tells him, is that this is the reality that they've all created by constant use of the Dragon Balls, and that's why it must be solved by their hands. In short, it means that you will take the responsibility in place of Earth, he tells Goku. Goku tells him that if that's the case, he'll do whatever is needed. Shenron tells him that he'll have to give him his body once this is all over with, but if he's able to save the universe one last time, this is no biggie for Goku. So with that, Shenron loans his power to Goku, bringing him back to life, and the events of the conclusion of the battle with Omega Shenron play out how we all remember. After Omega Shenron's defeat, Goku had taken responsibility by giving up his body to seal that negative energy of the Dragon Balls within himself. In short, in order to prevent the negative energy from being released again, Goku was in a constant battle using his own positive energy for all eternity. If we restore the Dragon Balls now, an evil dragon many times stronger than Omega Shenron will be released soon. And for now, you guys don't have the strength to beat that evil dragon, Elder Kai tells them. Trunks asks if Super Saiyan 5 Gohan could beat this new Shadow Dragon, to which Elder Kai replies saying that as a Super Saiyan 5, Gohan could probably beat anyone at this point. But he's afraid that Gohan isn't able to turn into a Super Saiyan 5 anymore. Not because it was a fluke or anything, but in that time, it was a miracle that he transformed because it was the first time that he was in such a state of excitation, grudge, and will to kill. He was able to transform in the first place. Now that Aiz is dead, Gohan can't just replicate that emotional state. However, Elder Kai says, he has a little idea. Gohan, Vegeta, I'll train you both and then you turn into Super Saiyan 5s. You can do that? Trunks asks. I'm not entirely sure, Elder Kai responds, but I'll help you in whatever way I can. Vegeta says if the training is a success, then and only then will they break the seal on the Dragon Balls. Dende then asks if it would be possible if they could use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive Pan, but Elder Kai swiftly replies that it's impossible to do so. Porunga is much stronger than Shenron, meaning that the negative energy released by the wishes from him would also be much stronger, and there's no doubt that if we use them again, an evil dragon would be released, far stronger than the ones released on Earth. The truth is, I'm already reluctant on restoring the Earth's Dragon Balls. However, with the situation being what it is, it's not like I can stop you from doing such either. Moreover, I don't want to put such a burden on Goku's shoulders alone. A pretty demanding journey awaits them all, as Elder Kai says that it's now the trial for all Earthlings. This time around, they all have to surpass their limits, not just Gohan and Vegeta, because this will take the best from all of them. Vegeta demands to become a Super Saiyan 5 as soon as possible and for Elder Kai to start training them immediately. However, Pan is still dead, and Gohan would like to at least let the rest of their family know what happened. So Kibito Kai suggests that maybe Vegeta can begin the training alone at first if Gohan needs a bit more time. He comes to retrieve Vegeta and the two of them leave while Gohan, Uub, Goten, and Trunks head back down to Earth to inform everyone of what's about to happen next. Back at Gohan's house, he unfortunately has to break the news to Videl and then Chi-Chi as well, in one of the saddest moments this Dragon Ball timeline has experienced since the departure of Goku for good. The next day, however, Gohan and the others begin their training in order to restore the Dragon Balls, as Gohan says that he'll do whatever it takes to bring his daughter back. In other words, Elder Kai's training is about to begin as soon as Gohan arrives alongside Vegeta, as they prepare to unseal Goku and the Dragon Balls after 3 years, bring Pan back to life, and defeat whatever dragons are released from this negative energy. Pan is dead. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan destroyed Eyes, and now, in order to bring her back, the seal has to be broken on the Dragon Balls, and that means releasing all of the negative energy Goku gave up his body to fight 3 years ago, releasing a Shadow Dragon far stronger than Omega Shenron this time. After Gohan and Vegeta left with Kibito Kai to go train and become Super Saiyan 5s, Uub, Goten, and Trunks start their training together at the lookout. For the time being, Trunks says that he and Goten should continue recovering after the battle with Eyes, so Uub can begin training on his own if he wants. And by the way, I didn't catch this previously, but it seems like neither of them lost that arm after they infused in the battle either. Goten really doesn't seem like he wants to rest, but Trunks tells him that he has a secret plan for their training, so no worries there. Not something to be shared now, however, he'll tell them all about it later. But as for right now, it's time to get to work. So, all three of the boys start their training, working harder than they've ever worked before, training night and day until they nearly pass out. Over on the planet of the Kais, Elder Kai begins his training with Gohan and Vegeta, telling them that they need to begin right away. To begin, we'll start by having both of you grow tails, he says. A tail, Vegeta gasps. Elder Kai tells him that with a tail, they'll be able to make full use of the Saiyan's hidden strength, so he whips out the old faithful pliers that he used on Goku and lets them know that they'll be getting their tails pulled out with these. He tells them that this is the same way that Goku grew his tail back, so if it worked for him, then both Vegeta and Gohan agree to take a chance in the same way. So first, Gohan, as Elder Kai and Kibito Kai grab onto his little nub with the pliers and begin an extremely painful process of pulling their tails out from nothing to full length. This is going to be a pretty long video, which is why it probably took me a couple of days to get this out. I don't know which day this is going to come out. Hopefully this weekend, because we're going to be covering chapters 4.5 through 5 of Dragon Ball AF. If you guys have been enjoying the content recently, consider leaving a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more Dragon Ball and comic content. But without further ado, let's hop right back into chapters 4.5 through chapters 5 of Dragon Ball AF. Two days have passed since Gohan and the others started training in preparation for unsealing Goku and the Dragon Balls, when all of a sudden, new opponents have now arrived on Earth. Out of a rift in the dimension, two demons emerge into Universe 7 who we've never seen before and who have never seen this part of reality either. So this is Earth. What a noisy place, one of them says, as they listen to the hustle and bustle of a city below. Marble says, as this is the first time he's ever heard sounds like this. He prepares an attack that kind of reminds me of something the Bojack gang would have pulled off and completely obliterates the town down below. And when I say obliterate, there is nothing left. No destroyed buildings, no debris, nothing. Just a perfectly symmetric crater in the ground. What a magnificent destructive power as usual, Chiyoko says to Marble, who finds a special kind of joy in bringing destruction to this new realm, as he tells Chiyoko that they should make this place their new home. Immediately thanks to that attack, all of the Z Fighters are alerted that a new threat has arrived on Earth. Even Gohan and Vegeta can feel this insane ki all the way on the planet of the Kais. This evil ki puts the boys on high alert, but since they're the only ones here, seems like things are up to them right now, so Uub, Goten, and Trunks leave right away to meet this new threat. Besides checking on the place of the attack right now, I don't really know what to do, Trunks says, but they have to do something before the damage to the planet extends and gets even worse. Over on the planet of the Kais, it seems like Kibito Kai actually knows who these guys are, as he calls him the king of the Makai or demon realm, Marble, saying that after Deborah's death, he's the demon who became king of the Makai. From what I saw, I can tell he possesses a strength several steps above Deborah. Recently, he was quite quiet, even in the Makai or demon realm. So why did he attack all of a sudden, Kibito Kai says. Maybe they should go back to Earth to help, but Vegeta isn't buying it. He says that they don't have to go. Against opponents of this level, the others should be more than enough. This is good training for them too, he goes on. Rather than having to rely on the two of them every time something happens, those guys have to learn to do something on their own. "We'll stay here until we finish what we came here for," Vegeta says, with Elder Kai agreeing, saying that this is indeed a test. There are consequences to using your strength whenever the Earth is in danger. Gohan hesitates for a moment, but eventually he agrees with them and decides to stay, letting Uub, Goten, and Trunks handle this one themselves. Back on Earth, Marble and Shioko are preparing to continue the destruction, but before Marble is able to launch another attack, Trunks and the others finally catch them off guard in time to stop his next attack as they all land in front of the two of them. "I don't know who you are, but I'll never forgive those who damage my planet," Trunks says. These demons are a little different than ones we've seen before in the Dragon Ball franchise though, being uniquely obsessed with the sounds and telling the Z Fighters that they're not interested in anything they have to say, but if they want to interfere then they'll have to fight. So, simultaneously, Uub, Goten, and Trunks all power up, going full power and transforming into Super Saiyan 2s, getting ready for battle. These two demons, Marble and Shioko, appear out of nowhere from the demon realm looking to expand their home, but Goten and Trunks are now tasked with protecting the Earth and themselves along with Uub, with their first test of their training starting here. This showdown will decide just how far Uub, Goten, and Trunks have come since the end of GT. Trunks reminds them that they can't use the Dragon Ball, so they can't do anything reckless here. "We'll move this fight elsewhere," he says, as he and Goten in unison release a shockwave that sends their opponent soaring into the air far away from the destroyed city into an entirely different setting. They take their battle elsewhere while Uub is left with Shioko, who, while distracted, gets grabbed and thrown into the air as well, with two separate battles starting simultaneously. This was actually pretty smart by the boys to separate these two demons, as they have no idea what either of them are capable of, so making sure they can't work together is a priority. In a separate wasteland, Marble admits that he underestimated the boys, saying that perhaps he was a little too naive dealing with them initially. Anyway, time to get started and finally reveal who these two guys are. Both Goten and Trunks are taken aback at Marble's ki, as it sends chills down their spines. Goten saying that this is the first time he's ever felt a ki this unpleasant. It's far different than most opponents they faced before. Marble raises his arms as Goten and Trunks ready themselves, and he attacks, launching himself at both of them. Marble surprisingly seems to have no trouble handling both Super Saiyan 2 Goten and Trunks, putting them on the back foot, and he even begins catching them off guard, disappearing with incredible speed and then appearing behind Goten. He kicks Goten in the side of the head, nearly knocking him out before appearing beside Trunks next and crushing the side of his face with an elbow. Both of them are shaken but still conscious as Marble lands between them and sends a shockwave that sends them in opposite directions, similar to a move we saw Goku use on Planet Namek versus the Ginyu Force. Goten and Trunks are blown away as Marble readies his next attack. Goten and Trunks are already shaken up by this guy's speed, realizing that, as they are, it's kinda impossible to hit this guy even as Super Saiyan 2s. At this rate, their bodies will weaken. Marble says that he caught them, although there's no clear indication of exactly what he means, but all of a sudden, Goten and Trunks feel something constricting their movement. This is when they find themselves in some type of weird cubic fixture restricting their movement as Marble looks to end them with this next attack while they're vulnerable. He blasts them with a massive explosion that devastates the area around them and quite possibly them too, as the entire wasteland erupts in destruction. Over on the planet of the Kais, Gohan and Kibito Kai are distraught as it looks like the boys may have been defeated, with even Vegeta getting angry that it looks like, as always, Goten and Trunks have neglected their training. Gohan begins to ask if they should maybe go back and help, but Vegeta stands firm in this being a wake-up call for them. Let them be. If they're worth anything, they'll figure it out and overcome this just as he, Gohan, and Goku always have before them. But to ease Gohan's nerves a little bit, he reminds them that they haven't gotten serious yet, so it's fine. Over in Uub's battle, things are going slightly better than with Marble and Goten and Trunks, as he continues to sling this demon around, with even Shioko stating that Uub is way stronger than he thought. Since things are going this way, I'll have to use that technique, he says. Uub charges at him again, but this is when Shioko seems to toss out an invisible attack that freezes Uub in his tracks, but that's not all. All of a sudden, Uub appears in some unknown space looking around in this empty void, when all of a sudden, a voice behind him speaks out saying, "It's been a while, Uub." He turns around, And it's Goku appearing in this different dimension seemingly, as Uub asks why he's here. Isn't he supposed to be sealed in the Dragon Balls? Goku replies that during these 3 years, the evil energy has been purged and released. But something is fishy here. Uub nonetheless is ecstatic to see his master again, as Goku tells him that he of course wants to fight just like the good old days, telling Uub to show him how strong he's gotten. Uub accepts, and the two begin their sparring match. In his base form, Goku and Uub actually look pretty evenly matched, with Uub even getting the best of Goku at certain points, landing a huge punch and kicking him across this void. When Goku rebounds, however, he does something very un-Goku-like in my opinion, and transforms into his strongest form right away, Super Saiyan 4. Goku takes things up another notch and begins charging a ×10 Kamehameha in order to truly test Uub, but while he's never sparred against Goku in this form, he's up for the challenge. Uub takes him on by preparing his own strongest attack as they begin to clash. This will define just how far Uub has come, or how far he still has to climb. They both fire their attacks as a massive beam clash creates an overwhelming explosion, but there's no clear winner yet. Uub tries his best to keep up with the primal Saiyan power of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, but in the end, Super Saiyan 4 is still just a bit too strong for him, and Goku eventually, after outputting a disgusting amount of energy, wins the beam clash. Goku reaches his hand out and helps his pupil up, admitting that no matter how much he's grown, he's still no match for Goku in this state, but Goku is still proud of him nonetheless, saying that they should do it again. Outside of his consciousness, however, it seems like Chiyoko put him in a state of hypnosis as Uub is caught repeating, "I can't win against Goku. I can't win against Goku," over and over again. Chiyoko states that Uub fell right into his genjutsu trap, a little bit of Naruto lore drop right there, and with just a little bit more abuse, he should easily win this. So while Uub is out of his mental, Chiyoko starts beating the helpless earthling who's just standing there disillusioned. In his mind, Uub is still battling against Goku, but on the outside, Chiyoko is collecting all of the energy he's losing because he thinks he can't defeat the opponent who's right in front of him. And in this one final attack, Uub is finished. Out of nowhere, however, Uub begins powering up to insane heights, still thinking he's fighting against Super Saiyan 4 Goku in his mind. He's not even conscious, but this is the most power we've ever seen him exert, as Chiyoko wonders where he's getting all this ki from. Instead of getting weaker, he's steadily becoming stronger. At this rate, it'll be dangerous to maintain the jutsu, so Chiyoko decides to cancel it, forcing Uub to quiet down, and when he releases it, Uub finally wakes up, albeit with a couple new scars and bruises he didn't have beforehand. When he wakes up, however, Uub begins to remember just what was going on before he was knocked out, and unfortunately for Chiyoko, he's seen firsthand the type of power Uub has, with Uub reminding him that he has no chance at winning against him. Uub starts to power up again just like he did when he was under hypnosis, but this guy Chiyoko immediately makes a break for it, knowing he can't beat Uub, and runs away from the battle. Uub tries to chase him down, but Chiyoko has another goal in mind now. He knows he can't defeat Uub one-on-one, so his new objective is to go fuse with Marble, who's relishing in the destruction he just subjected Goten and Trunks to. However, like Vegeta said before, Goten and Trunks haven't quite gotten serious yet. They emerge from the rubble and once again fuse into Gotenks, coming out immediately as a Super Saiyan 3. Marble is stunned at just how much their power skyrocketed here, and that other beings in this realm know of a fusion technique as well, as Gotenks tells him that he was just analyzing the situation until now. Now, the real game begins. "You surprised me," Marble goes on. "I never thought that there would be people knowing how to fuse on this planet," he says, with Gotenks saying that they need to finish this because they don't have much time. He charges at Marble with speeds many times faster than what they displayed before, fast enough to finally catch him off guard and send him flying across the battlefield. Marble launches him away with another kick. Gotenks, however, then locks him up in a galactic donuts volley, trapping him in his Ultra Boo volley attack. He tosses him into the air and then spikes the trap demon down into the ground, making an absolutely massive crater. Marble comes out of the crater angered at the embarrassment Gotenks just put him through, as even Gotenks is surprised that this guy is still kicking, saying he's certainly a tough one, tougher than they imagined at least. Well, even you won't survive this one, Gotenks says as they start preparing their strongest attack. Marble thinks to himself that he didn't expect Gotenks to be this strong, but he still has a trick up his sleeve as well. All of a sudden, Chiyoko enters the scene, still running away from Uub, who is right behind him. Chiyoko brags that although they did pretty well, they can't win against the both of them together. Uub tells them there's no point in bluffing. They've already both been overpowered. But this is when Marble and Chiyoko show them their true power and what they've been really hiding up their sleeve. The two demons fuse together in a flash of blinding light that blinds Gotenks and Uub as they feel the frightening combined power of these two merging before us. This new form is far more terrifying than fighting the two of them separately, both physically and their ki. This is the demon's true form, as he says that he'll be delighted to show them the real difference between their strength now. He charges at Gotenks with speed even greater than what Marble showed prior and catches the fusion off guard with a devastating punch, and then Uub is stunned at their opponent's new speed as Gotenks is barely able to dodge the next attack, but Marble appears over him and sends him flying into the ground. His strength and speed are incredible, Uub says, shocked and frozen from the intensity of this new fused demon's strength, but Gotenks still has one last trick up their sleeve. Over on the Supreme Kai's planet, Gohan and Vegeta are at their wits' end and finally decide that maybe they do need to go back to Earth and save the boys after this new fusion is proving a bit too strong for them, as Vegeta tells them it's time to go. However, this time, it's Kibito Kai telling them to just wait a little longer, because he senses that Gotenks is okay, and depending on what he does next, this could turn everything around, so they decide to have faith in the boys once more and watch for just a little longer. Out of the rubble, although slow, Gotenks gets back to his feet as Marble says that they may have made fun of them until they fused, but because they were much stronger than they anticipated, they had to go all out as well. I've slowly gotten bored of this fight, so let's put it into it. The real fun starts now, Marble says, but Gotenks looks oddly unbothered, cracking his fists and stretching his neck. In that case, we'll fight serious too, he says. Marble is a little confused on what they mean by that, but this is when Gotenks takes something out of his belt. He says that he wanted to use this against the evil shadow dragons, but it looks like they need it now. He takes a capsule out of his belt and reveals that he had the Blitzwave gun this entire time, tossing it to Uub and telling him to shoot them with the Blitzwaves immediately, as Marble watches confused but slightly amused as well. What the? Is that a small model of the Blitzwave generator? Gohan says, shocked, as Vegeta says that if they're trying to become Super Saiyan 4s, they better not fail, or else this whole thing is going to be even more of a mess. Uub fires the machine at Gotenks and becomes a Great Ape, as Marble, Uub, Gohan, and Vegeta all watch in shock and amazement, waiting to see if they'll really pull it off. But just like Gohan, probably because of their human blood, it seems like Gotenks has an extremely easy time getting back under control as he reduces himself back to his humanoid form. As a red tail appears and the lining around their eyes indicate, when the smoke clears, the impossible just happened. Thanks to their planning and quick thinking, Super Saiyan 4 Gotenks, for the first time ever, is finally born. And this is absolutely amazing. Everyone is shocked to see that they actually did it. They pulled off the unthinkable. Gotenks actually became a Super Saiyan 4 damn near easier than Gohan at this point, as he says that this is their final trump card and now it's time to begin the final round. After being shot with the Blitzwaves and turning into a Great Ape, Gotenks regained his consciousness and unbelievably transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Standing across from the fusion of Marble and Chiyoko, the spectators are in awe as one shock after another happens. Marble says that their sound and shape changed, but their power still doesn't match theirs. Gotenks admits that this transformation puts extreme limits on their fusion, so they have to finish this in a blink. Gohan and Vegeta are shook over on the planet of the Kais, wondering How these two became Super Saiyan 4 out of the blue like this when they've only trained previously for a few days. This is when we get a flashback to 2 days ago at the lookout where Uub, Goten, and Trunks are busy training their asses off. This is the hardest I've ever seen these two fight. They're really taking this seriously, knowing that Gohan and Vegeta are doing their part, so they have to do theirs as well. This is chapter 5 of Dragon Ball AF. It's been a month since we've entered the Room of Spirit and Time, Trunks says, as they take a moment to catch their breath. We finally managed to become Super Saiyan 2. I think it's about time to go on with our secret plan. Now that you mention it, you talked about it before we came here, Goten replies. What on earth is the secret plan? Trunks takes out a capsule and shows him the Blitz Wave gun. It's the same one Vegeta used, as Goten instantly starts connecting the dots, realizing what Trunks had up his sleeve all along as he tells him, that's right, they're gonna become Super Saiyan 4s as well. They call over to Uub and ask him to help them out, saying that they're gonna use the Blitz Wave to turn into a golden Great Ape. Trunks then says that he wants Uub to fight them while they're a Great Ape until they regain consciousness, and since he's give or take as strong as the two of them fused together, he should be the perfect training partner. Step 1 is for them to fuse. So Goten and Trunks then fuse back into Gotenks, and Uub readies the Blitz Waves machine to turn them into a golden Great Ape. All of a sudden, Gotenks absorbs the Blitz Waves and turns into a giant raging golden Great Ape, as even Uub, who has seen this numerous times already, is amazed at how powerful their ki is in this state. But if he can't handle a fight like this, there's no way he can win against a Shadow Dragon stronger than Omega Shenron, so this training means as much to him as it does to Goten and Trunks trying to become Super Saiyan 4s. As I said before, Uub is probably around as strong as Gotenks, so he holds his own against the Great Ape, and eventually we can assume that he overpowers them and brings them back to full consciousness. Unfortunately, no sign of Super Saiyan 4 yet. He asked Goten if he was still conscious when he became a golden Great Ape, with Goten confirming, but he says that he couldn't move his body voluntarily. If we're not fully conscious, we can't become a Super Saiyan 4. All of a sudden, Trunks has a breakthrough, realizing what they may have been missing this whole time. A call. He says that during the fight with Eyes, Pan kept calling Gohan's name, and because they have mixed Earthling and Saiyan blood, the likelihood for them to regain their sense is much higher than Goku and Vegeta's, much like Gohan. That's why they'll ask Uub to call out to them. If they can grab that chance, they'll certainly become Super Saiyan 4s eventually, right? Long shot, but still worth a try. So over the next few days, Uub, Goten, and Trunks continue their training. Uub versus the Great Ape over and over again as the journey to become a Super Saiyan 4 continues, and then, after that third day, something amazing happens. After calling out to Gotenks during another grueling training session, Super Saiyan 4 Gotenks was finally born. Finally, the results of their training had paid off. They finally mastered Super Saiyan 4. In the present day, Gotenks charges at Marble to try and hurry and end this before the time limit runs out on their fusion. Right away, despite what Marble thought prior, he easily starts to overpower him with ridiculous speed and strength. Both Uub and Marble are taken aback by Super Saiyan 4 Gotenks' strength, as he just makes Marble look all around inferior, sending him flying into the sky with a punch next. Then, Gotenks starts forming a familiar hand sign, putting his fingers into the formation of a burning attack as he takes aim and then fires a ×10 burning Kamehameha at their opponent. One of the most beautiful shots of the entire manga so far, in my opinion, as young GG is just showing off at this point. But this attack completely devastates Marble. Gotenks and Uub maybe begin celebrating a bit too early though. Don't worry, because if you also thought this was finally over, you aren't alone. Over on the planet of the Supreme Kai, Gohan and the others also jumped the gun a little bit, but Marble isn't dead yet. Out of the smoke from that giant explosion, although he's in terrible shape right now, Marble is still very much alive, albeit barely. Gotenks is shocked that he was able to survive their most powerful attack, and unfortunately, used up the majority of their ki and reduced their fusion time drastically as well, causing them to separate before they could finish their opponent. A very similar situation as with what happened with Gogeta and Omega Shenron. Unfortunately for Goten and Trunks, Shenron isn't there to lend them their power and save them. The only silver lining, however, is that Marble is in just as bad a shape as they are. This is when Uub steps in between them, tagging in for the rest of the battle, saying that he'll be Marble's next opponent from now on. Uub says that Marble has taken far too much damage to be able to defeat him now. Uub wastes no time and begins charging his strongest attack, looking to completely wipe out Marble for good this time with a super Kamehameha as Trunks and the others look on desperately. Marble tries to use the rest of their strength to combat Uub's next attack with his remaining ki as the two engage in one final clash to decide who will be the victor for this showdown. Uub's full power is still untapped in one of the greatest mysteries still remaining in Dragon Ball, as he reaches deep down and utilizes depths of his own strength he never even thought possible at this point. He says that it's clear Marble's power has dropped drastically over the course of their battle, but he won't hesitate to do what he needs to do to protect the Earth, and with one overwhelming force of ki, he blasts Marble to nothingness, leaving nothing but a crater from his attack behind, sealing victory for the Earthlings once again, as Goten and Trunks can finally celebrate. Gohan and the others can finally celebrate as well over on the planet of the Kais, ecstatic that the boys were able to prove themselves without their help, but Vegeta isn't too impressed and wants to get back to training right away. The boys then head back to Kami's lookout to heal up and rest, but even though they've reached new heights and managed to save the Earth without Goku and the others, their greatest tests were still yet to come. Back at the lookout, after the boys are all healed and rested, it's time to get back to work, as Trunks admits to Goten that during the fight with Marble, even after all the training they did, their bodies still seem to be pretty out of shape. That's probably also the reason why we were only able to maintain our Super Saiyan 4 transformation for a short time. From here on, they agree, let's just focus on recovering our basic strength, so they get back to training as hard as they physically are able to pretty much immediately. Nearby, instead of only focusing on his body though, Uub meditates, thinking to himself that during the battle, a mysterious power came out of him, but he wonders just what the heck that was. Somehow, it felt really nostalgic to him. There must be some unknown power I've yet to realize, he says. Only I could draw out that power by training more and more. Over on the planet of the Kais, Gohan and Vegeta have finally completed the process of having their tails dragged out of their bodies by force. It took quite a while, but it's finally done. But that's only the first step of their training. Now, they have to actually begin that training, so Elder Kai tells them that the next step is for them to be able to voluntarily transform into Super Saiyan 4. This is the part of the training where Vegeta is actually pretty far ahead of Gohan, who has only had a single instance of transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 and a Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta goes ahead and transforms into a Super Saiyan 4 with no problem whatsoever, saying that as long as he has a tail, he knows the trick to transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. So since he's actually a bit ahead of Gohan and Gohan still has to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4 at will, Elder Kai goes ahead and explains the next part of their training to them. First of all, Gohan, he begins, you need to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. And Vegeta, you'll go into emotional control training. Elder Kai says that he'll put Vegeta under a spell, and if he's able to break it on his own, then he'll have passed the training. By the way, while this spell is affecting someone, I can't cast other spells, he goes on, so this works out pretty well with Gohan having to work on firstly transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. He says that overwhelming rage and murderous intent will be necessary to trigger a transformation into Super Saiyan 5. That's why if you're able to control your emotions, you should be able to transform. To be honest, the spell I'm about to use is very dangerous though, he says, so brace yourself, or it may even claim your life. Vegeta tells him to bring it on with no fear in the world, just ready to finally become a Super Saiyan 5. However, Elder Kai tells him that there's one more important thing he needs to say. Even if you succeed in dispelling it, there is no guarantee that you'll be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 5. However, according to his calculations, he believes the likelihood that he'll be able to transform is actually quite high. If he's able to firmly maintain consciousness, then he should be able to snap out of it. All I have to say is I believe in the miracle of the two of you, Elder Kai finishes, as he then goes on to cast the first spell on Vegeta. Almost instantly, Vegeta enters a state of extreme mental and emotional strife that forces his most in-depth turmoil to the forefront of his mind. What happens next is almost as comical as it is worrying, as it seems like Vegeta goes through every emotion humanly possible, from anger to joy to sadness and everything in between, as the others watch in disbelief. This is almost reminiscent of when Vegeta got taken over by Babidi's mind control, but much more intense. I heard from the great Lord of Lords ages ago that Kaioshins possess various types of abilities, Kibito Kai says. Combat, special, and various others, but he claimed that in the past, there was a Kaioshin that could manipulate the emotions of living things. He didn't know the name of the spell, but said that there was a spell that could numb a person's emotions and confuse them with illusions. However, that spell is extremely dangerous. There is a risk of causing brain damage to the target or even oneself. Since I'm also a Kaioshin, I was told to absolutely never use it should I awaken such an ability. If the spell is so dangerous, Gohan struggles to understand why Elder Kai is so intent on using it, but this is when it all makes sense to Kibito Kai. I think the honored ancestor is trying to make it so that by dispelling the spell with his own power, he'll be able to draw out his own emotion beyond the limit. If, as our honored ancestor said, the emotion of rage exceeding the limit is the method of transformation into a Super Saiyan 5, then I think he believes that if he's able to snap out of it, he'll be able to freely draw out the emotion of rage exceeding the limit. And this is why it's called emotional control training, as we watch Vegeta continue to go through all of the cycles of emotions. Gohan realizes that he can't just sit here and watch Vegeta progress without him though, and he hasn't even completed the first step. So he needs to hurry up and become able to turn into a Super Saiyan 4. So over the next few hours, Vegeta continues his emotional control training, and Gohan tries to discover the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan 4 at will. Meanwhile, while everyone is training the hardest they've ever trained before, an abnormal change happened to Goku's body that Gohan and the others were still unaware of. Cracks begin to appear all over the Dragon Balls, as over at the lookout, Dende is alerted of an alarming event about to take place that they might not have been prepared for. He immediately feels a disturbing ki and goes to check on the Dragon Balls. The negative energy is beginning to leak out as Dende panics and questions just why this is all happening right now. He tells Mr. Popo to hurry and contact Gohan and the others immediately, as something terrible has happened. Back on the planet of the Kais, Vegeta and Gohan have been at it for almost an entire day now, non-stop. Vegeta showing some of the most intense mental determination and fortitude you could imagine, but they both seem to be nearing their breakthrough. Vegeta battles through the emotional trauma he suppressed of having his #1 rival and honestly inspiration gone for good, after watching him continuously throughout life surpass him over and over again, and then just disappear like he was never there. The rage, confusion, and sadness all packed in one that this bestowed on him, all accumulating in his breaking point. Vegeta absolutely snaps and releases such a vicious ki that he nearly blows them all away in a violent gust of power. But it was all worth it. When the dust settles, Vegeta has finally done it. After almost a full day of mental anguish, the spell has been broken. With his searing red skin and silver hair now a full indicator, Vegeta has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 5. Even back on Earth, Uub, Goten, and Trunks, and even Dende are shocked to feel such a ferocious ki, as Trunks can't believe that this is his father's ki he's feeling right now. He's nowhere near the Earth, and it feels like he's right next to them. Vegeta, although he successfully transformed, seems to struggle keeping his rage under control, as Gohan is shocked to feel such a furious ki as well. All of a sudden, however, Vegeta would fall out of his transformation, as it looks like initially it took quite a toll on him to maintain. "I can't believe you were able to transform in such a brief period of time," Gohan says. However, it's not just about him. Gohan still has to do his part too, as Vegeta asks has he completed his first goal in training into a Super Saiyan 4 yet, which Gohan still hasn't. This is when Vegeta gives him a little advice on the secret to transforming, telling him to recall the moment he transformed in the battle with Eyes. He tells him to imagine it's sort of like drawing your ki out from your tail, then if you remain fully aware, you'll be able to transform. All of a sudden, Dende reaches out to Elder Kai, telling him something terrible has happened on Earth. Something extremely unexpected actually. He says that it looks like Goku's vitality has reached its limit. Elder Kai and the others start freaking out, demanding to know exactly what this means, so Dende explains that during these past 3 years, Goku has been holding back the negative energy from overflowing by continually releasing his own positive energy, but that seems to have a limit. It seems that Goku's vitality didn't last because the evil energy was just more powerful than expected. Probably, I think Goku's vitality will only last for another 3 days, he tells them, as their training timeline just became a hell of a lot shorter than expected. In another 3 days, Goku will be completely overtaken by the evil energy, and the seal on the evil dragon will also likely be done. So, this means they've only got about a day left to finish training and undo the seal ahead of time, or else Goku's very being will be in danger. So at this point, it can't be helped. Gohan must master transforming into not only a Super Saiyan 4, but catch up to Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta as well within the remaining day. First, he needs to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, then he can take his shot at dispelling the emotional training spell. This has all been a lot on Elder Kai over the past day as well, so Kibito Kai heals him while Gohan tries to heed Vegeta's advice and put himself back into the state he was when he transformed against Aiz. Like Vegeta said, imagine gathering ki from your tail and maintain full awareness. His face begins to change and a different type of power than what we've seen him tap into before begins to emerge as the ever-talented Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan 4 at will, finally for the first time ever, with a little help from Vegeta of course. However, they don't have much time to celebrate this achievement though, with their time being of the essence now, so they get started with the next part immediately. Elder Kai casts a spell on Gohan, who, just like Vegeta, begins going through a vicious cycle of various different emotions, but maybe, just like the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, maybe this will be slightly easier for him because of his mix of Saiyan and human blood. Time continues to pass as the Z Fighters train as hard as they can to get everything they're able to out of these last few hours, hoping that Gohan is able to beat the clock as almost 24 hours have passed now. Vegeta reassures Kibito Kai though that with the powerful sentiment Gohan already possesses, he should be able to transform soon enough. The sheer anger, sadness, and determination of losing Pan is more than enough to keep Gohan laser focused on his goal of overcoming this spell and becoming a Super Saiyan 5, as he recalls the same emotions he felt during the battle with Aiz. And just as Vegeta predicted, within the next few moments, Gohan will return to being a Super Saiyan 5 as well. Soon after, Gohan and Vegeta would join the others at the lookout to confront this challenge that awaits them, as now that their training has been a success, it's time to break the seal on the Dragon Balls. Gohan does the honors and with no objections, he summons Shenron, effectively breaking the seal on the Dragon Balls and Goku, as a thick black smoke emerges from the cracks of the Dragon Balls, and at last, the seal has been undone. Now, the true test has officially begun to see if Gohan and the others will be able to overcome the evil dragon and its power far beyond that of Omega Shenron. And maybe, even more importantly, what about Goku? That is going to do it for this chapter of Dragon Ball AF, ladies and gentlemen. I really hope you all enjoyed the video. I've been enjoying getting back into this story as well. Maybe depending on how this does by the time we finish it, I'll pick up another one, or maybe I'll remaster another one that we did 7-8 years ago and see how you guys like it now that we've gotten a little bit better at this. Leave a like on the video if you did enjoy. Subscribe to the channel for more Dragon Ball and comic content. But that is going to do it for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great day. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace out, my boys. Gohan wastes no time, finally summoning Shenron and releasing the seal on the Dragon Balls that have been inactive for 3 years, as Goku's positive energy fights back against the negative. However, recently, Dende noticed that the seal was weakening as Goku's vitality began to reach its limit, giving them only days now to interfere before it became fatal for Goku. Several hours later, we're taken back to the planet of the Kais, right before the Z Fighters reconvene on Earth. Elder Kai tells Gohan and the others that before they summon the evil dragons, He'll just tell them the strategy they'll be using in the next battle. The Earth has already been rattled during the battles with Eyes and Marble now. We mustn't place any further burden on Earth. The fight against the evil dragons is predicted to be even more extreme, many times more extreme in that fact. And so, I think we should set the stage of battle on planets other than Earth. So Gohan asks how exactly they're supposed to move next with that in mind. This is when Kibito Kai tells them that he'll transport them to their specific battle locations with instant transmission, telling Gohan that he should be able to manage alright. He says that he'll determine the order and decide on each respective movement from here on out. I'll be relying on the dragon radar, he says. As soon as I find an evil dragon, I'll transport it to each of the planets where each of you will be located. Basically, you're all going to be fighting them one-on-one. So the only question left next is, where do they stage these battles? The first stage will be the Dark Demon Realm, which we're already relatively familiar with thanks to other Dragon Ball media. Next, Planet Zuni that resembles the surface of a moon to an extent. Planet Kashin is next that looks like some sort of geometrical dimension. Planet Mujin, and finally, here, on the sacred world of the Kais. You'll fight at each of these 5 above places, Kibito Kai tells him. Every one of these planets is more durable than the Earth right now. Gohan wonders why only 5 places when there's supposed to be 7 evil dragons, right? So Elder Kai tells him that he and Vegeta actually are gonna have to fight 2 dragons since they have Super Saiyan 5 now. After recovering each Dragon Ball, for a certain time you'll move on to aid the others, Kibito Kai says. When the evil dragons revive, they'll probably scatter all around the Earth. There might be a slight miscalculation when I transport the evil dragons to the planet where everyone will be, so please keep that in mind, he tells everyone. Now that they're all set, that's the strategy. And everyone has been briefed now. All that's left to do is to pray for everyone's victory. And with everyone set to go, their training finally completed. This takes us back to the present day where the seal has been broken and the evil energy from the Dragon Balls has been released. Welcome to Chapter 7 of Dragon Ball AF, guys, and I've been seeing that you all have been increasingly enjoying each and every chapter that we do. I have a lot of stuff to do over the holidays, and I'll probably come back and make a pretty big announcement soon. So if this is my last video for a few days, don't worry, I will be back and we will finish this story and keep grinding out other games like Squadra and Sparking Zero as updates come along. But without further ado, let's hop right back into Chapter 7 of Dragon Ball AF. With the seal on the Dragon Balls being undone and a new, much darker looking version of Shenron appearing, the Z Fighters all take a collective gulp as they're in it now. There's no turning back, but hopefully they've acted soon enough to also save Goku. Dark Shenron awakens and the first thing he does is spit something out of his mouth. On the ground of the lookout, we see that it's actually the body of Goku that he spit out, to the shock of everyone as Gohan rushes over to check and see if he's still alive or not. Thankfully, he is still breathing. He's just unconscious and, funny enough, still in his kid form even after all this time. The dragon admits that Goku was indeed a thorn in their side, and finally they've been released from him as well. And as for the rest of you vermin, he goes on, this time it won't be like the last. We'll show you hell. Realize the terror of our powered up state. Now we'll go as wild as much as we please, the dragon announces, as he then splits into 7 separate entities and spreads all over the Earth. For now, they focus on Goku, who is still breathing, but his ki has been greatly weakened. Kibito Kai confirms this, but it's not that surprising, seeing as how he's been continually showered in negative energy over the past 3 years. For the time being, they'll let Goku rest in a safe place, but it's time for everyone else to get ready for their plan. Now, it's time to start transporting everyone to their specific locations. Goten is taken to planet Zuni, Trunks stays on the planet of the Kais, Gohan to planet Kashin, Vegeta to the Dark Demon Realm, and Uub to planet Mujin. Everyone, please do your best, Kibito Kai says, as he takes Guru and the Dragon Radar and goes and searches for the first dragon. The first one is actually pretty close in a nearby city, as the townspeople have already encountered it. A grotesque looking shadow dragon, host of the 5-star Dragon Ball, is in the middle of the city, prepared to finally let loose and cause as much destruction as possible. Unfortunately, Kibito Kai appears, grabs him by the shoulder, and teleports him to planet Zuni where his opponent awaits. Now, for most of these places, we don't really know much about them, but the Shadow Dragon states that his body feels oddly heavy here, so it's obvious that the gravity of this planet is much different than Earth's. "So you're my opponent," Goten says as he appears behind the dragon, and he doesn't plan on letting this guy escape and have his way. "I really wanted to make humans suffer," the dragon tells Goten, who's angry that he's been taken away from Earth. Goten asks him which wish this dragon was born from, which is another aspect of the Shadow Dragons that's pretty interesting, so it'll be cool to see which wishes made all of these guys. The 5-star dragon tells him that he was born from the wish to resurrect the people who were killed by Cell. Goten actually wasn't alive at this point in time, so he'd only ever heard the stories of the battle with Cell from everyone else. But with that, the chit chat is over, and these two get straight to their battle. Back with the Elder Kai, he can sense that the encounters have begun as he watches over the unconscious Goku. "I hope all goes well, but Goku, you did well by yourself up until this point. For now, rest your body at ease." This time, it's Gohan and the others that are undergoing a trial. When everyone overcomes the trial, true peace will arrive for the first time. There's no longer anything we can do but pray. Goten and the 5-star dragon begin their battle, with Goten showing off just how much he's improved over the past few days of not only training with Trunks and Uub, but also the battle against Marble as well. These two are pretty balanced in their strength from the time that we've seen them engage so far, as they go back and forth in a close quarters brawl. Su Shenron leaps into the air, disengaging from Goten, but Goten takes aim and fires a super Kamehameha at the dragon, who seems vulnerable in the air. The dragon, unsurprisingly, slaps Goten's attack away, deflecting the Kamehameha across the planet, showing off that there may be a more significant gap between their strength than meets the eye as he lands back on the ground. Goten charges at him a second time and once again shows off how advanced his close quarters combat had gotten, as he easily maneuvers around the dragon, who loses the advantage again in a hurry, but grabs Goten by the leg after catching a kick and tosses him into the air. He fires his first attack up at Goten, who rebounds and tries to deflect it away, but it looks like that may have been an attack that he took head on. Even the dragon assumes that Goten fell victim to that one attack, as the smoke clears and it looks like nothing is left of him. However, this is when he notices something. Goten appears behind him again, as they're in the same positions they were 30 seconds ago when he first appeared on this planet. Goten saying that was a close call. "If I had been a bit slower firing off a counterattack, that would have been a direct hit." Wu, actually impressed, apologizes for underestimating him. This definitely is not the same Goten from a week ago. Training in the Room of Spirit and Time was definitely the correct choice. Coincidentally, the gravity in there was 10 times higher, just like this planet, so this is nothing to him. Fortunately, on the other hand, it doesn't seem like his opponent is used to this gravity yet. But all of a sudden, Su Shenron says that that's enough of a warm-up. Time for them to get serious. He starts raising his power, much to the surprise of Goten, who figured there was probably more to this guy, but he's definitely not backing down now. He also agrees that it's time to get serious, as the dragon realizes that he underestimated Goten more than he originally thought, with Goten transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Now, the battle can really begin, as these two, although probably still holding back some level of power, are at the very least engaging more serious now. Down in the Dark Demon Realm, Vegeta is meditating as he waits for his opponent to be delivered to him and crush them with his new Super Saiyan 5 strength. This is when a fish demon emerges from a swamp behind him, threatening to eat him. Vegeta, rightfully so, however, is only determined to fight someone worth his time, so he gives the fish demon the chance to get out of there and spare his life. Unfortunately, this arrogant demon decides to get turned into Dice Tuna today, as Vegeta easily destroys this low-level creature. I guess this is just a little bit of filler between the battle. An extremely gruesome way to go, but I mean, hey, Vegeta did kind of give him a chance, right? Back at the battle between Goten and Su Shenron, these two are absolutely going at it, as this clash has become even more vicious than before. The dragon picks up the pace and leaps behind Goten, finally landing a punch and sending Goten flying across the battlefield and crashing into the ground below. However, It's gonna take a lot more than that to end this version of Goten. He leaps back into the air and powers up again as he gets ready to fire another attack at the dragon. Goten starts preparing another super Kamehameha, this time much stronger than the last, in order to get some type of leverage over the Shadow Dragon if he can overpower him. Instead of trying to deflect it though, Su Shenron gets ready to clash it with his own attack. As Goten fires his attack, the Shadow Dragon fires a pretty massive flame ball at him, the both of them firing off a ridiculous amount of energy at each other. When the two attacks collide, a massive power struggle begins. I mean, just look at the size difference between these two attacks. However, Goten's training and being a Super Saiyan 2 is allowing him to really hold his own here, no matter how strong this new Shadow Dragon is. He refuses to lose here, fighting tooth and nail to overpower this opponent, channeling not only his brother Gohan, but his father here as well, refusing to disappoint them as Goten gives it everything he has. As these two forces pour an outrageous amount of power, a massive explosion erupts from the collision. The smoke and debris settle to display that these two, Goten and Su Shenron, are dead even. No one could overwhelm the other, even with their strongest attacks clashing. Goten knew this would be a formidable foe, but after all of this training, he's surprised that he's having such a hard time with him. But his determination won't let him give up and let the others down. The Shadow Dragon seems to still be having quite an awkward time with the gravity on this planet, his body not quite moving as intended, as he wonders just what the hell this place is and why he was brought here. Goten states that yes, the Dragon Balls have been a great help to them many times in the past, but now, just this once, they have to make do with their own power. Because there's someone they want to save. No, someone they have to save. So he swears he won't lose this, or to any dragon, no matter if it kills him. For Pan, for their entire family, and for the Earth. Goten channels his father to please give him the strength to wager everything he has on this fist. Goten roars towards his opponent with the hope of everything, all of his power infused into this one attack, as he attacks with a Dragon Fist explosion identical to his father's technique. The power and speed Gohan charges forward with pierces the dragon straight through the abdomen and rips through its torso. The dragon tries to tense his body and minimize the damage, but Goten's Dragon Fist rips clean through this opponent with everything he has, leaving Wu stunned as Goten literally flies clean through his torso, leaving a gaping hole in the dragon's body. He can't believe it. One severe underestimation after the next. This one costing the dragon his very life though, as his body explodes from the lasting force of Goten's attack. And that would officially be the first new Shadow Dragon down. It took everything he had, but by following his father's example, Goten was able to not only win without the help of Trunks or Gohan, but he's done his part in recovering the first Dragon Ball. The 5-star Dragon Ball, no longer cracked and releasing negative energy, has been purified, and is only the first of 7, as each of these new Shadow Dragons will bring their own uniqueness to the Z Fighters. Back on Earth, Kibito Kai is close to finding the next Dragon Ball, as the Dragon Radar takes him far to the west of the city he had just left, as he tries to hurry to keep the damage these dragons can cause to Earth at a minimum. His job being just as important as everyone else's, because he has to find these dragons as fast as possible. But they're determined to prove to themselves that they can protect the Earth without having to solely rely on Goku, as he's done more than enough for 3 years straight now. Now, it's their turn while he rests. Since the previous evil dragon's negative energy was being directed towards Earth, disasters had been occurring all over the planet. But this time, the negative energy is being directed towards Goku, so he isn't likely to wake up until all of the Dragon Balls have been purified. In other words, for Goku to wake up, they need to defeat all 7 Shadow Dragons without him. Goku's vitality is already nearing its limit, Kibito Kai thinks to himself. We have to purify the negative energy as soon as possible or Goku will be in grave danger. This leads us to our next encounter, over on the planet of the Kais. Trunks senses that Goten has done it. As he expected, Goten was able to safely defeat his opponent, and next, it's his turn as he awaits Kibito Kai's arrival with the next Shadow Dragon. Thanks to Goten, The Z Fighters have recovered and purified the first Dragon Ball, but with 6 more dragons remaining, each of unspecified strength and unknown abilities, will they be able to defeat them all, one-on-one? The product of Goten, Trunks, and Uub's intense training over the past week is finally coming to fruition, as in the last chapter of Dragon Ball AF, in the spirit of his father, Goten channeled everything in him into one final punch. Goten's Dragon Fist explosion ripped through the Shadow Dragon, reminiscent of his father so many years ago, and with that, the first Shadow Dragon has been defeated. With all of the Z Fighters waiting on their designated planets for their eventual opponents, Kibito Kai, being the only one capable of instant transmission without Goku, has been tasked with delivering the Shadow Dragons away from Earth and to these 5 separate locations across the universe. With Goku incapacitated until all of the negative energy has been purified, it's up to Gohan, Vegeta, and the boys to defeat these new Shadow Dragons without his help. But with Vegeta and Gohan now being capable of Super Saiyan 5, and the boys showing off some very impressive training of their own, things don't look too impossible anymore. This is Chapter 8 of Dragon Ball AF. One dragon is down thanks to Goten, and now it's time for Trunks and Uub to prove themselves. If you guys have been enjoying our revisit / remaster of this series, consider leaving a like on this video. Let's try to get this one to 1K likes for Chapter 9. I know that's possible. Subscribe to the channel for more Dragon Ball and comic content. And without further ado, let's hop right in. After the defeat of Su Shenron, Kibito Kai is back on Earth, moving as fast as he can to locate the next dragon before more damage can take place. Down below on the ground in a nearby city, the next Shadow Dragon is already terrorizing humans, as they can be seen scattering away from this dragon who's kind of built like a sumo wrestler. He says that tormenting humans is the best feeling ever, as he charges up a massive attack to level the city and kill everyone nearby. He pulls back his arm and launches a massive ki blast, but by the time he blinks, he's no longer in the city. He's been brought to the planet of the Kais. He turns around and is met by Trunks, who is patiently awaiting his arrival. Trunks introduces himself and declares that this will be where the dragon's grave is. Did you say grave? Know your place. I'll shut that mouth of yours soon enough, the dragon tells him. Trunks acknowledges that this guy probably went pretty wild on Earth, and with the amount of time it took him to get here, I won't forgive you, he says. I'll defeat you for certain. I better hurry up and get out of here so I can get back to tormenting those Earthlings some more, the dragon replies, which angers Trunks. He instantly starts powering up as his power explodes, creating a massive crater beneath his feet. Even the Shadow Dragon is shocked at Trunks' power up as his ki erupts, casting a blinding light over the battlefield. And when the dust and wind settle, Trunks, much like Goten, has undergone his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. I happen to be in a hurry myself, so bring it on, Trunks tells him. I'll just say this, the only way you're getting back to Earth is over my dead body. The Shadow Dragon, of course, takes no objections to that, saying that he won't be fooled by Trunks' deceptive change in appearance. But this dragon seems to have a pretty deceptive appearance of his own, as his first move happens at a speed so fast that Trunks is caught off guard and unable to track him. The dragon appears behind Trunks and elbows him in the back of the head, nearly knocking him out, sending him stumbling across the battlefield, and before he can regain his footing, uses his insane speed once again to jump in front of him and gives him an uppercut. Finally, he finishes his combo by delivering a crushing palm strike to Trunks' torso that stuns him and sends him soaring across the Supreme Kai's planet through many hills and mountains. Over on planet Mujin, Uub has simultaneously been introduced to his opponent as well, as Kibito Kai is beginning to pick up the pace a little bit. The 6-star dragon stands before him, as Uub is pretty much just kind of looking into this guy's belly button that holds the Dragon Ball, as the dragon asks, wasn't he just in a different place? Uub is stunned by this guy's size and appearance, as there has to be something up with this guy's abilities. I mean, he just now took notice of Uub. Uub tells him that he bears no grudge, but he has to defeat him to protect the Earth. This dragon seems to be a little more stunted than the other ones we've been exposed to, for lack of better words, as he doesn't seem as naturally destructive and harmful at first, and it's kind of messing up Uub's flow. He's been pumping himself up to get ready to destroy some evil, and this dragon is a lot more innocent than he was prepared for. Listen up, Uub tells him. We're putting our lives at stake to wage battle for the Dragon Balls, right? But the dragon says that he's not interested anyway, and asks to just be put back where he was. Uub tries to strike a deal with him, saying that if he hands over the Dragon Ball now, he'll put him back. But the dragon isn't a fan of that idea. Talking to this guy is obviously gonna be a waste, so Uub decides that it's best to go ahead and deal with this guy as fast as possible. He starts powering up and begins releasing huge amounts of energy and powering up to his maximum as well. He takes the initiative and charges at the Shadow Dragon as their battle begins alongside the other. Back on the sacred planet of the Kais, the two-star dragon waits for the debris to settle, as to him, it seems like Trunks is all talk and barely put up a fight. However, when the dust settles, Trunks is seen walking out of the rubble as if that last attack had no effect on him, to the surprise of the two-star dragon, who can't believe that Trunks can even stand up after that. I'm astonished, the dragon states, to think that you could stand up and face me after eating an electric knuckle. Trunks says he's honestly astonished too. I mean, totally let his guard down. What speed, he thinks to himself. I'm supposed to be pretty powered up too. It sure doesn't seem like this is gonna end easily. Now, it's time for round 2 as these two powerhouses get ready for their first serious engagement. Trunks and the two-star dragon launch at each other, clashing fists and exchanging blows as they seem almost evenly matched, going back and forth as their battle begins tearing up the very surroundings on the planet. It's very apparent why Kibito Kai and Elder Kai wanted to move these two battles away from Earth after the stress that was put on the planet from the battle with Eyes and then eventually Marvel. Two groundbreaking encounters all within a couple chapters of one another, leading to the very exchange we're seeing here today with Trunks. These two continue to trade blows back and forth, but then the Shadow Dragon starts turning up the temperature by unleashing a flurry of repetitive punches, trying to wear him down. With one final punch, he pushes him across the battlefield, and it's starting to become apparent that Trunks might be tiring out after that last overwhelming attack. It seems like this dragon in particular has an affinity for the martial arts, from the way he's been fighting so far, and abilities based in thunder, so it's gonna take more than overwhelming power to defeat him. Trunks puts his outstretched hands together and launches a super burning attack at the dragon, who I mean, from the looks of it, I thought he was just gonna like belly bounce this attack away like Batamo, but unfortunately, he just clashes with the attack with a Thunderbuster. I was kind of looking forward to that, I'm not gonna lie. The two attacks ignite a huge explosion as Trunks, looking depleted of energy at this point, is taken aback. The dragon not only took no damage, but didn't even break a sweat combating his attack. I can't believe he just easily shrugged off my best attack, Trunks thinks to himself, with the dragon asking, is he done already? He's stronger than I thought, Trunks thinks to himself, realizing that the difference in power is much steeper than he thought. However, the Shadow Dragon isn't letting him breathe even for a moment, warning Trunks if he won't make a move, then he'll come for Trunks instead. He launches himself at Trunks and punches the ground beneath him, creating a massive crater underneath him, putting Trunks on defense now. He swings again, barely missing, and then appears behind Trunks using his superior speed again and kicks him across the battlefield. But Trunks once again gets back to his feet, with it quickly becoming clear that he has to have something more up his sleeve, since he and Goten trained together and Goten had his own secret weapon as well. Over in another realm, Elder Kai is spectating the battle with Trunks on the Sacred World, impressed with his strength now. He says that it seems like he's powered up quite a bit after all, and to hang in there. The future of Earth and the future of the universe rests on their shoulders. You're already worn out, the dragon says to Trunks after his last attack. I guess it's about time to wrap this up. Trunks, however, doesn't seem to think so. He goes from exhausted to a smirk, as the dragon assumes that maybe he's just scared. But much like the battle against Marble, Trunks has a trump card that he's been saving for a moment just like this. If possible, I didn't want to have to use this transformation, Trunks begins, because it requires the continual release of a huge amount of ki, but it seems like I have no choice. What are you saying? The dragon asks. What a preposterous bluff. However, from the calmness of his demeanor, Trunks clearly isn't joking. Before I show you how serious I am, I want to ask you one thing, however, Trunks says. When the hell were you born from the negative energy? The dragon smirks and says that he was born from the negative energy when the wish of those known as Pilaf, Shu, and Mai to make them just a bit younger was granted. Funnily enough, Trunks just barely recognizes those names, saying that he thinks he heard those somewhere, but whatever. Let's just get this started, he says. I'm gonna show you how serious I really am right now. Trunks begins powering up, but not in a normal sense. The power he's releasing now sends a shockwave throughout the galaxy. His ki output begins to reach alarming levels that not only shock the Shadow Dragon, who asked for this mind you, but over in the Demon Realm, Vegeta smirks after feeling that large ki from Trunks, noticing that it's his son undergoing this game-changing transformation. It seems he's finally trained seriously, he comments. However, the evil dragon or whatever also seems to be more powerful than we envisioned. Even on planet Kashin, Gohan can feel Trunks' ki as well, as even he's astounded that this is the result of the boys' training. They've grown so much. When did his ki become so great, he asks, as back over at the battle, Trunks' ki is now exploding. As his power continues to pour out of his body, Trunks' hair begins to elongate and his eyebrows disappear, and in one last outrageous burst of ki, Trunks has now transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 for the first time. This new transformation has the dragon stunned, as Trunks has finally pulled his trump card. Sorry for taking so long, he replies to the aghast Shadow Dragon, but this is my true power. I'm astonished, the dragon says. It seems like it wasn't all a bluff. Looks like this will be kind of fun after all. Releasing large amounts of ki is the method for making the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Trunks explains to us through thought. During the past several months of training, I raised my basic strength. I finally acquired the strength to transform into a Super Saiyan 3. However, I still haven't had enough training, so I still don't have the strength to maintain the transformation for a long period of time. If the fight gets drawn out long enough, I'll lose the opportunity for victory, and with that, the final battle begins with Super Saiyan 3 Trunks charging at the Shadow Dragon. This time, his power is completely overwhelming as he has the upper hand, landing punches and kicks that absolutely deck the Shadow Dragon. Finally, he fires a blast that the Shadow Dragon clashes with his own thunder attack as this battle reaches its final chapter. Over on planet Mujin once again, even after powering himself up like he just did, Uub has been brought to his knees somehow by the power of the 6-star dragon, who was thought to be more innocent at first but whose power may have been severely underestimated here. With both battles finally getting underway, Super Saiyan 3 Trunks and Uub look to follow Goten's lead and defeat the Shadow Dragons that have been brought before them, but like Goten, they'll have to find their own ways to defeat these dragons. Goten shows off a new technique, Trunks finally unveils his new transformation, and now it's Uub's turn. Over on the planet of the Kais, after personally bearing witness to the greater than expected power of the evil dragon, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 as a last resort. Trunks continues his onslaught against the Shadow Dragon with his new overwhelming power, landing a sinking kick to the gut and punching the dragon in the face. Trunks is just absolutely hammering this guy with overbearing power thanks to Super Saiyan 3, but in the back of all of our minds, there's still the threat and worry that he won't be able to maintain this form for much longer with how much ki he's outputting. Trunks continues unleashing a barrage of attacks on him, and in one final crushing punch, nearly pierces through him. The force of Trunks' full power punch almost knocks the dragon out and sends him skidding across the battlefield. What's with this guy, the dragon thinks to himself, panicked. Not only did his appearance change, his power and speed also increased by a magnitude of order. What the hell is he asks. The dragon has been pushed to his limit surprisingly. However, from the looks of it, Trunks doesn't have much longer as he's clearly exhausted and drained of stamina. However, he says, he thinks he can manage somehow if he's a Super Saiyan 3. The problem is, the transformation time is limited, Trunks says. I better settle this quickly or else. I'll settle this at once, he says, as it seems like Trunks' next attack is going to be all or nothing. He launches himself into the next encounter with the Shadow Dragon, who is visibly fearful at this point, much different than a few moments ago as Trunks continues punching his opponent. Next comes another flurry of attacks as Trunks sends him into the sky. Trunks flies around him and then he catches the Shadow Dragon with another punch, sending him higher into the air. He chases him higher into the air as the dragon recovers. However, Trunks flies around him, completely dodging the dragon's counterattack, but Trunks' movement is kind of akin to the boost Goku receives while using Kaioken, as he's just zipping all around this guy now, ping-ponging him all over the battlefield. He takes aim down into the rubble where he just sent the dragon and charges up a massive Buster Cannon, pouring as much ki as he can into this attack, trying to finish the battle as soon as possible, but is this going to be a mistake remains to be seen. This enormous attack shocks even the Shadow Dragon, who doesn't seem to have enough power to clash with this attack this time, looking up in horror as Trunks' attack causes a massive explosion. This is it. Trunks put everything he had into that last attack, and now he's completely exhausted. He starts to panic as he begins losing power at an alarming rate, and before you know it, Trunks has lost his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, returning back to his base form. Trunks returns to the ground in front of the giant crater his last attack just created as he begs for that to have done it, hoping that the battle is over, knowing that he's at a severe disadvantage if it's not. Please, he pleads. All of a sudden, the rubble starts to move, indicating that there's still life underneath as the Shadow Dragon leaps out of the debris. He lands in front of Trunks after having barely survived that blast, but now he's incredibly angry. To be nearly destroyed by this kid has sent the 2-star dragon over the edge as he tells Trunks he's really done it this time. But things have gone from bad to worse for Trunks, of all people, being nearly powerless by himself at this point thanks to that stunt and not finishing the job quick enough. Even the dragon realizes that Trunks has reverted to his base form, saying that it seems that transformation is time limited and that his power has dropped substantially. You're nothing in your current state, he says. Even though I've taken some damage, you can't defeat me now. The tables have turned. Now, it's the dragon's turn to go back on the attack as he extends his hand out and sends a thunderous blast towards a weakened Trunks, who at least has enough energy to dodge this initial attack, jumping out of the way. The dragon appears behind him though and gives Trunks a taste of his own medicine, knocking him out of the sky. Trunks is completely vulnerable at this point as the dragon approaches him, but even for this reincarnation of evil negative energy, he was quite impressed. Let me give you a word of praise before I finish you off. That was magnificent, he tells Trunks. If you had been able to keep fighting like that, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Out of respect, I'll kill you so that you won't suffer. He prepares one final attack to finish Trunks off, saying farewell, but suddenly he's struck in the back of the neck by a fierce kick that sends him flying across the battlefield, saving Trunks. It's Goten. This was all a part of the plan initially, as Kibito Kai told us that after one dragon is defeated, the others would move to help each other in their current battles, with Goten showing up right on time. Thanks to Kibito Kai putting in some exceptional work, Goten made it right on time, and now we have our first 2v1 versus a Shadow Dragon. Trunks, relieved, can't believe he's being saved by Goten for once, as Goten says that he's gonna need a raise after this because he's gonna be a dad soon. An interesting detail in this story, but I love it because, hey, I am as well. The dragon just keeps being taken by surprise and growing increasingly angry with these two, but now that it's a 2v1, even without Super Saiyan 3, things might be a bit different. Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan 2 along with Goten, and the two Saiyans double team the dragon, who has an increasingly difficult time keeping up with the two boys. Goten, who shows up with a significantly fresher pair of legs than Trunks, starts crushing the dragon with insane speed and strength. Then, Trunks joins the assault as these two absolutely overwhelm this dragon with their teamwork together, sending the dragon crashing into the ground. Then together, With all the strength these two have left, they join and charge up a combined Super Kamehameha and unleash their attack that roars towards the ground. When the Shadow Dragon opens his eyes, he's met by a massive Super Kamehameha from both parties that not only entirely engulfs him, but completely obliterates the two-star dragon. As the Dragon Ball, now purified and repaired of cracks, rolls across the ground, Trunks picks it up and celebrates. Goten asks why Trunks had such an issue with this guy like that together they were able to beat within a few moments, but Trunks tells him that it's only because he had him weakened so much. But even he can't hold back that Goten really did save his ass, so with this, the two wait for Kabuto Kai to let them know if they're needed anywhere else now that 2 dragons are down, and 5 more to go. Over on planet Mujin, Uub has been brought to his knees by the 6-star dragon who seemed deceptively innocent, but Uub admits that this guy is really strong. The dragon, with this disgusting grin on his face, laughs at Uub as Uub says that he was caught off guard by the gap between how the dragon looks, of course, and how strong he actually is, but it won't happen again. He flies at the dragon and starts attacking him again, but this guy is just eating everything, obviously, right? But then he responds by knocking Uub away with a swipe of his tail, punching him, and then elbowing him in the back straight towards the ground. This time, Uub has braced himself though as he pops right back up and keeps going, kicking the dragon in the face and firing a blast right at him. But for some reason, nothing happened. Either Uub is shooting blanks or this is some weird ability the dragon has as he goes back on the offensive and starts attacking a confused Uub again, sending him crashing across the battlefield. Still, something is weird here. As Uub gets to his feet, he's trying to figure out just what the heck is going on with this guy as the dragon still has this stupid smirk on his face. How strange, he thinks to himself. The ki I sense from this guy isn't supposed to be all that strong, but why are my attacks doing almost no damage? Suddenly, even the dragon takes mercy on him as even he can see the confused look on Uub's face, saying that he has such a puzzled look, so he guesses he'll just go ahead and tell him. You want me to tell you why your attacks aren't working against me, right? The dragon says to the confused Uub, and he goes on to explain. Due to the tremendous negative energy coming out of my body, the power of all positive energy is rendered completely ineffective in a 5-meter radius circle around me. That's why those with a strong power of justice like you have a very bad compatibility with my ki. Understand? In other words, Uub stammers, my ki is being erased before it even reaches you? The dragon confirms, saying there's no way Uub can beat him like this, as it's just fundamentally impossible. However, unfortunately for this dragon, Uub is probably his worst matchup out of everybody. He just doesn't know it yet. Thankfully, Uub refuses to give up as well as he powers up, saying there's no way he'll quit on protecting the earth with his own hands, so he just keeps on trying, charging at the dragon once again, but it is futile as he is. The dragon just eats and dodges all of his attacks before he crushes Uub into the ground once again. Now it's time to end this. The dragon raises his hand into the air and starts manifesting a massive ball of negative energy to finish Uub off as his battered body lay on the ground beneath his feet. People like you who possess the power of justice totally die if they eat this, the dragon says. So it ends with this. So long, he says, as he dunks the black ball of negative energy down on Uub, which begins crushing him. However, an interesting reaction happens when Uub comes into contact with so much negative energy. Deep in his psyche, Uub wonders just what happened to him as he's unconscious and why he's here. But this sensation coming over him all of a sudden is extremely dark and hateful. I felt this somewhere before, he goes on. It's a really nostalgic feeling. I want to destroy. I want to rage. I won't forgive. I'm a Majin, he roars as a feral darkness overcomes him and his energy explodes in the real world. An enormous eruption of dark ki explodes from Uub as he surges back to life, But something is drastically different with him. When he steps out of the crater, Uub's appearance is almost a fusion between his normal form and when he was a Majin, back when he was Kid Buu. It's hard to even know who's in control right now as Majin Uub is born. This sinister ki sends a shockwave throughout the entire galaxy as Kibito Kai and all the others sense something abnormal has happened with Uub. This tremendous ki, Kibito Kai says, slowing down. Could it be Uub? Not good. I have to hurry ahead, he says. Even on the planet of the Kais, Goten and Trunks are frozen from the chill of this ki, saying that it's something they felt somewhere long ago. This must be Majin Buu's ki, Trunks says, as they both wonder just what the hell this could possibly mean. Gohan wonders what just happened to Uub, saying that his ki feels like a mix of two now, both Uub and Majin Buu put together. And Uub's ki has grown several times greater than before. What the hell happened to him? Back on planet Mujin, even the Shadow Dragon is stunned, wondering why Uub's ki didn't just vanish from that last attack. When Uub looks up at him, his eyes have become completely dark as it seems like something or someone else has completely taken over. More shockingly though, the dragon notices that his ki completely resembles theirs now. Uub releases an obscene amount of dark ki as the dragon is almost brought to his knees in fear as the anger overflows, telling the dragon that he won't ever forgive him and he'll kill him right here. Finally, it's time for the beginning of the main event as both Gohan and Vegeta are alerted that their opponents have arrived. It's about time you showed up, Vegeta says as he approaches his opponent. I'm sick and tired of waiting. Hurry up and come at me, he says. And over on planet Kanchan, Gohan agrees, telling the dragon that he's in a hurry, so it's time to get on with this. Gohan and Vegeta's battles are finally about to begin, which means that Super Saiyan 5 is once again in our near future. But more desperately, what about Uub? What or who will even be able to snap him out of this, even if he does beat the Shadow Dragon? Uub's new Majin form just sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy, as throughout all other locations where battles are currently happening and even on Earth, the Z fighters are stunned at what they're feeling. A few seconds ago, he stood no chance against the 6-star Shadow Dragon, but after awakening his inner negative energy, he possesses a similar ki to them now, giving him the ability to finally damage this guy. Over on the planet of the Kais, although 2 dragons have been defeated, things are only getting more intense as Elder Kai watches Uub, panicking over what may be happening with him. He's been completely taken over by evil, Elder Kai declares, looking into his crystal ball. Is it evil ki? What the hell does this mean? How should I explain this? After being taken in by the negative energy of the Shadow Dragon from that last attack, the ki of a Majin that was dormant within Uub was released. Now, Uub has completely lost the spirit of justice and become a Majin again. Now, unless he reclaims his old spirit somehow, Uub may end up turning violent like that of the Shadow Dragons. If the transformation is drawn out for too long, he'll completely lose the spirit of justice and might not be able to return to his original form. Another troublesome incident, he ends, as back on planet Mujin, Uub's negative energy is reaching a tipping point, growing larger and larger, with steam even coming out of his head just like when he used to be purely a Majin. The Shadow Dragon is kinda just shitting bricks right now, with Uub's negative energy rivaling their own as Uub leaps at him and finally is able to land a powerful punch, attacking with negative energy instead of his positive energy. Uub sends the Shadow Dragon flying across the battlefield, leaving a giant drag mark in the ground from sliding across the wasteland. Before he's able to get back up, Uub lands right behind him and extends his arm, shooting a massive blast at point-blank range. I've never seen Uub release this much power before, as his attack engulfs the entire battlefield, leveling the wasteland for miles out. However, the Shadow Dragon narrowly escaped the attack and flies into the air above the battlefield. He's barely hanging on at this point as he comments on how terrifying Uub's power and speed have gotten. if it comes to this, I have to use my most powerful attack. The dragon raises his hand above him in the air, clasping them together and concentrating an absurd amount of negative energy in his hands into a giant death ball overhead. He launches it down at the ground at Uub, who hasn't moved a muscle even in the face of this overwhelming attack barreling towards him. He charges up and readies his own attack, gathering his own negative energy in the palm of his hands, and fires off an even more massive beam up into the air, straight into the sky. The two attacks clash with one another, creating an enormous struggle between the two, but it quickly becomes clear that the dragon is on the losing end of this. The both of them are outputting ridiculous amounts of negative energy, but Uub's overwhelming power begins pushing back the death ball. In one more push, Uub completely obliterates the 6-star shadow dragon, singeing the rest of his body and turning him into nothingness. However, even though this ended up being a battle of negative energy versus negative energy, the Dragon Ball drops to the ground, completely purified. As for Uub, he's still completely overtaken by evil as his Majin side refuses to subside. This isn't good, Elder Kai says. As I thought, it seems he can't go back to his original form by himself. We have to do something, or there's no telling what Uub will do. This is when he realizes something that might actually work. It's a long shot, but they need to do something. He reaches out to Kibito Kai via telepathy, who's over on Earth searching for the last 2 shadow dragons. There's something I urgently need you to bring, he says. We don't get to necessarily hear what he says to Kibito Kai, but I'm sure he's giving him the entire rundown on what's happening with Uub. Back on planet Mujin, Uub is still pretty much in a feral state as he fights internally to gain back control of his own mind. He struggles to calm down and revert back to normal as memories of his past that accelerated his rage are pushed to the forefront of his mind. This is when Kibito Kai shows up with a bottle of the ultra divine water and splashes Uub in the face with it. This is what the Elder Kai's plan was, to combat the negative energy surging within Uub. He begins to slowly gain back his senses and finally snaps back to normal, suppressing the negative energy once more. Fortunately, Uub was able to defeat the dragon and revert to normal without causing another disaster, so for now, things seem to have worked out just fine as the 2 final battles go underway. Over in the Dark Demon Realm, Vegeta is first as his opponent, a very well-drawn dragon, appears as she steps over a cliffside, asking Vegeta just where this place is. Vegeta, unfazed, barks back saying that it doesn't matter where they are, she's gonna die now. Let me ask you before I kill you though, he says. When the hell were you born from the negative energy? The dragon replies saying that she was born from the negative energy when the wish to remove the bombs inside the bodies of androids 17 and 18 were granted. I see, Vegeta replies. Very well, I'll finish you off in no time, small fry. She comments on his attitude and needs to be disciplined, but unfortunately for her, Vegeta has been itching for this moment ever since his training ended, saying that he won't be showing any mercy even to a woman. He begins powering up and transforms into a Super Saiyan 2 as he gets ready to kick this off, telling her to be prepared to die. He charges at her and honestly stuns her with his impressive speed and appears in front of her as she's barely able to block the first attack. As for the second punch, Vegeta lands a direct hit, being completely serious about not going easy on her. Then, he delivers another punch to her stomach and finally sends her flying into the air with a kick. She stops herself mid-flight and then starts coughing up what looks to be some type of thread or webbing in her hand into a ball around her fist. Vegeta looks almost as lost as I am as the dragon tells him don't get too carried away. She attacks him with her reinforced fist, throwing a punch that packs a lot more power than Vegeta expected, probably due to the reinforcement of whatever that webbing was that she used, and even though Vegeta blocks it, he's sent flying by her insane strength. Vegeta is able to stop himself short, but the insane power behind that punch can't be understated. The dragon isn't too happy with that last engagement either, the way Vegeta just viciously attacks her even though she's a lady, saying that she won't forgive him and that she's gonna kill him this time. She shoots more threading from her mouth, this time straight at Vegeta, who leaps higher into the sky and dodges them. He appears some ways behind her and turns around, trying to shoot him again, but Vegeta easily dodges all her attacks. This time, he appears right behind her, showing off more impressive speed, the ability to manipulate special thread. And it seems that in terms of punching force, it can harden enough to rival steel, Vegeta says, showing off some impressive observational skills. It would be troublesome if I got caught, but you can't catch me with that degree of speed. You're incredibly confident, she says to Vegeta, but I wonder if you can really evade my thread. She tries again, charging at Vegeta, swinging again with her threaded fist, but it's far too slow for Vegeta. He appears behind her again, but she's able to avoid his kick by flipping away this time. She tries to shoot him with her threads again, but once again, Vegeta is far too fast and disappears once more before getting behind her again and punching her, then throwing another punch in the stomach that stuns her and sends her flying across the demon realm. She crashes into the ground as Vegeta descends down ahead of where she landed. She gets up slowly out of the rubble as Vegeta is pretty much just toying with her at this point, saying why not just surrender now and hand over the Dragon Ball. You know, continuing this further is a waste of time, he goes on. However, she just bursts out laughing to Vegeta's shock. She calls him a naive man, saying that he still hasn't noticed it. All of a sudden, her clear net constricts around Vegeta, binding him in an attack that it seems like she's been setting up this whole time. I can manipulate more than one kind of thread, she says to him. I set a countless number of those clear threads before the fight started and throughout the fight. You only recognized the visible threads and you didn't even notice the invisible ones, she said. Of course, those threads are not just threads, she goes on. They're so durable they can't be cut with incomplete power. I wrapped up your whole body before you even noticed, of course, and you become immobilized. Now, it's punishment time, she goes on. However, Vegeta isn't the least bit worried or afraid. She wonders why he's smirking. I mean, maybe he's frightened. He calls her a fool though, asking that she thinks she's won with something like this. You make light of me, he says. You're just acting tough. I'll show you whether or not it's just acting right now, Vegeta says, as he starts to power up again. This time, showing a glimpse of what he's actually capable of instead of just toying around with her. Vegeta's power and struggle within the threads goes from laughable to her to alarming as his power sends shockwaves across the battlefield. The smile instantly gets wiped off her face as Vegeta summons incredible strength to not only transform into a Super Saiyan 3, but bursts from the threads with relative ease at the same time. Now, the real battle is starting as Vegeta begins getting slightly serious with this opponent. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta is finally born as she begins backing away in fear, her thread being reduced to mere toys. Too bad. Sorry, but I'm not some half-assed opponent, Vegeta tells her. Playtime's over now. I'm gonna finish you off, he says. He rushes at her with even more insane speed than he showed before and absolutely obliterates her with a flurry of punches, tossing her all over the battlefield and plummeting into rocks below. He sticks his hand out, and this should end it. He launches a final shine attack down at the ground that rips through the demon realm before igniting a massive explosion down below. Vegeta looks down at the remains of the destruction his attack just caused, wondering if the dragon was really that easy to defeat as the smoke begins to subside. Over on planet Kashin, Gohan's opponent finally shows himself, the 7-star dragon, who is probably, as of now, the most threatening looking dragon based off of builds alone, as he demands to be sent back to his original location. I can't do that. You're gonna fight me here, Gohan says. Fight you, the dragon replies. I don't know what your objective is, but if you want to die that badly, I'm happy to oblige. One question before we fight though, Gohan begins. When were you born from the negative energy? The dragon tells him that he was born from the wish to resurrect the Earthlings that were killed during the battle with Omega Shenron, making this dragon the last one created from the last wish that was granted. I swear, Earthlings really are nothing but fools, the dragon says. I can't believe you summoned us again. Well, thanks to that, we were able to get out though. Maybe we are fools for repeating the same mistakes, Gohan comments, but if that responsibility is ours, then we'll surely defeat you with our own fists. We know that's wrong, but we can't sacrifice the people of Earth for that reason. That's why we're taking responsibility by fighting you. The dragon calls him egotistical, but Gohan's done with the small talk. He has to hurry and defeat him because his father's life is at risk. Gohan begins powering up himself, surprising the Shadow Dragon that he has more power to him, and much like Vegeta, begins the battle as a Super Saiyan 2. Now, Gohan's battle finally begins as well as he charges at the dragon, who seems just as excited for this encounter as Gohan. So now, it's time to see what he's capable of as well. Back in the Demon Realm, Vegeta assumes that he's defeated the Shadow Dragon, saying that he should look for the Dragon Ball now. However, this is when he feels an extremely sinister negative energy coming from the site that the Shadow Dragon took his final shine attack. She slowly gets up from the ground as Vegeta remarks that he's shocked she's still alive, although she's clearly hurt from everything she just took. However, this is when she says that, if possible, she didn't want to have to use this form, but it seems Vegeta leaves her no choice. He assumes her to be bluffing, obviously, but by the crooked smirk on her face, she might have a trump card. Her power starts to erupt as even Vegeta is taken aback by how much power she was suppressing before, as her entire body becomes engulfed in negative energy. The Shadow Dragon has finally revealed her true form, but even with Super Saiyan 4 and the inevitable Super Saiyan 5 in his back pocket, will Vegeta be able to defeat her and retain enough energy for one final Shadow Dragon? Consider leaving a like on the video, subscribe to the channel for more, and I'll see you guys in Chapter 11 of Dragon Ball AF. 3 Shadow Dragons have been defeated and 4 remain in Dragon Ball AF. Uub, Goten, and Trunks have all done their jobs in defeating their opponents. Now, it's time for Gohan and Vegeta to finish this out. However, unlike the boys, Vegeta and Gohan have to each defeat 2 Shadow Dragons, and these battles have been getting more intense with each encounter. In the Demon Realm, Vegeta has decided to up the ante a little and stop toying with the Shadow Dragon. He transforms into a Super Saiyan 3 and with a single final shine attack, almost kills the Shadow Dragon. Somehow, however, she survives and now feels forced to use her most powerful transformation, and this brings us to where we are today. A once beautiful Shadow Dragon is now morphing into this grotesque and heinous looking creature as she releases the extent of her negative energy. Vegeta is less amused though, as he unsurprisingly allows her to transform, hoping that this will at least make the battle a little more entertaining. She explodes in a blinding light of power, sending a gust of wind across the battlefield before finally concluding her transformation into whatever this hideous bug-looking form is. "I won't forgive you anymore," she says, as even Vegeta admits that she's become exceedingly ugly now. Of course, this is why she didn't want to transform, and since she's allowed Vegeta to see this form, she can't let him leave this place alive. "I guess you've grown slightly more powerful at least," he asks, which only angers her more. She launches herself at him with her new power, but it's almost completely useless. Vegeta easily dodges all of her attacks. Her newfound speed hasn't made the slightest difference, as Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta looks as bored as ever. She manages to nearly get a swipe in on him that causes him to disengage from their close quarters battle. Then, as he's backing away, she appears behind him overhead. Fortunately, Vegeta is able to just evade the attack entirely just in time, as she comes crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater where Vegeta was just standing. Somehow, she was barely able to get a scratch on him. Impressive. However, it doesn't seem like this will change anything, as it'll only at this point make Vegeta angry. Indeed, it does seem like you've grown slightly more powerful, Vegeta tells her. But so what? The Shadow Dragon can't believe that she's up against such an unbelievable guy. He's fighting while evading all of my clear nets. They're supposed to be invisible, but he's probably able to sense my ki flowing through them. Furthermore, he's even able to avoid all the clear nets I shoot while attacking. Seems like this guy's not all talk. "You may have improved," Vegeta admits, "but it's still not even necessary for me to even get serious. If that's all you got, no matter how much you struggle, you can't defeat me." I'll go ahead and end this now, he threatens. Next, Vegeta takes the offensive and charges straight at her at a blinding speed as the Shadow Dragon loses track of him. She's barely able to put up her defenses and stop Vegeta's first couple of attacks, but he ups the tempo and starts unleashing a flurry of attacks, but he starts going faster and faster until finally, an opening. He pierces her through the stomach with a punch, rips his arm out of her gut saying, "Didn't I tell you? You're unlucky that it was me who was your opponent." And with that, he puts his hand in her face and blasts her away, blowing her to pieces in one final attack, leaving a blistering crater in the ground. The 3-star Dragon Ball, now purified, falls to the ground, signaling Vegeta's successful defeat of his first opponent. However unsatisfying as it may be, as he claims that at least this was a decent warm-up. Over on planet Kashin, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is starting off against the 7-star Shadow Dragon, but this dragon seems a little different than the others we've seen so far. He ducks under Gohan's attack and throws a kick that Gohan's able to evade. All of a sudden, as he gets back to his feet, the dragon forms a blade with his index and middle finger that extends like a sword. He charges at Gohan and starts swinging his blade at him, narrowly missing each and every strike. "You're pretty good," Gohan comments. However, now there's no way you can win. The Shadow Dragon was barely able to scratch Gohan and draw enough blood to get on his blade, as he tells him that this is a part of his ability, ingesting an opponent's blood. This allows him to learn everything about his opponent, including memories, power level, and even weak points. But I don't think the dragon is about to like what he sees. All of a sudden, his face turns white as he looks like he's seen a ghost, asking just what the hell is this guy he's standing across from? "He's too dangerous," the dragon says as he sees just how much power Gohan is holding back, getting a glimpse of his true strength, Super Saiyan 5. "There's no way I can beat this guy in a straight up fight." "What's wrong?" Gohan asks. "You suddenly just turned blue." "But I do know your attack patterns and weaknesses as well," the dragon says, sweating, trying to maintain any air of confidence. "To be honest, I'm shocked," the dragon says. "I had no idea how mismatched our power levels were. But just because you're stronger doesn't mean you'll just win the fight. You gotta use your head, you know." Which leaves Gohan wondering just what this guy is about to try and do to gain the upper hand. This dragon also starts morphing into something else as his face and body contort. All of a sudden, we see that the dragon chose to play dirty as he learned of Gohan's weak spot, turning into Pan. Gohan doesn't even know how to react as he knows that this isn't his daughter, but seeing her face again after witnessing her be killed a few chapters back definitely works on his emotions. "I just told you a moment ago," the dragon says. "I know everything about you, including your weak points." "My weak points? You think that form is my weak point?" Gohan says, trying to maintain control of the fight. This is when Pan, or the dragon, but we'll just call her Pan for right now since she's transformed, starts attacking Gohan, who for now hesitates on fighting back. Even she calls him out for not counterattacking at all, knowing that there's no way he can win if he doesn't fight back. "Calm down," he says to himself. "Even if it looks like Pan, it's not her on the inside." Suddenly, he finally throws a punch that sends his fake daughter flying across the battlefield. "It's just as I thought after all," the dragon says. "That wasn't a serious attack at all, was it?" accusing Gohan of still holding back. "You feel really guilty about your daughter, don't you?" "As I said before, my ability allowed me to search your memories and attack patterns for weak points. So, no matter how much you try and hide it, I know everything. I know what makes you lose the will to fight. For example," she goes on, and this is when he actually changes his voice to exactly mimic hers and starts acting out memories that Gohan and Pan shared together. This pretty much successfully draws out Gohan's emotions and dampers any will he had to fight left as he's brought to his knees with tears in his eyes. "It seems you've completely lost the will to fight," she says as he provokes him, saying that there is of course no way that he could kill his daughter twice. She kicks him across the battlefield as unfortunately it's taking Gohan a minute to snap out of it, but if he doesn't do something soon, this fight may come to an end quicker than we thought. She starts wailing on Gohan in an onslaught of attacks as he refuses to fight back, just taking all of her attacks with no resistance whatsoever. I swear, she says as she stomps on his torso, the way you humans think is so incomprehensible. Love and bonds are good for nothing. Why throw your life away for someone else? That's why you've always had to rely on us. Learn from your own damn mistakes already, she continues, stomping on him as Gohan has almost completely lost the will to even contest her attacks anymore as he just lays there helplessly. Playing with you was fun, but I'm already getting bored, the dragon says, so I'll finish you off. Finally, the dragon reverts back to his original form and extends his hand out beside him, still with one foot on Gohan's torso. He creates a massive tornado ball attack in his hand as he prepares to finish Gohan off with this final attack and forces it towards the ground at point blank range. Finally, it seems like Gohan has snapped out of it as the fight returns to his eyes, and at the last second, he leaps up to hold back the dragon's attack. The dragon is shocked that Gohan all of a sudden has enough strength to battle this attack even. Gohan begins changing, and with this, transforms into a Super Saiyan 4, completely overtaking the Shadow Dragon's attack. He lifts the attack up and kicks the tornado ball into the air as it explodes over their heads. The dragon is stunned, saying that he put everything he had into that attack, but now it's Gohan's time to end this. He throws a vicious punch that pierces the Shadow Dragon through the torso, who tries to concede in the face of overwhelming power, but it's too late. Gohan says that he realized in the middle of the fight that he would eventually revert back to his original form again. When you attacked in Pan's form, I realized that there was almost no damage. You probably can't use your true power while shapeshifted, huh? So, I figured you would definitely return to your original body when going for the finishing blow. You reverted to your original form and tried to finish me off as expected. It was the moment I'd been waiting for, and now, it's time to finish this Shadow Dragon and retrieve the next Dragon Ball from him who dared to toy with Pan's feelings, and for that, Gohan can never forgive him. In one final attack, Gohan starts preparing an enormous Super Kamehameha as the dragon pleads for his life, but it's far too late at this time. He unleashes his attack as the giant Kamehameha engulfs the entire battlefield as well as the Shadow Dragon and completely obliterates him at point blank range thanks to the power of Super Saiyan 4. In one single overwhelming attack, the 7-star Shadow Dragon has not only been defeated, but turned to complete dust. Gohan reverts back to his base form, satisfied with his performance, but his emotions have been forced back to the forefront of his mind. He picks up the newly purified and repaired Dragon Ball as he swears to Pan that as her father, he will save her. Just give him a bit longer and he'll make everything right again. Over on the planet where Elder Kai is watching over Goku and the rest of the battles, he takes a sigh of relief that it seems like things are going smoothly so far. Somehow. He steps over to Goku, saying his condition has actually improved quite a bit. With 5 Shadow Dragons, 5 parts of the negative energy purified, the burden on Goku's body has been decreased as well. I hope everything goes well with the remaining last 2, he says. We're counting on you, Gohan and Vegeta, as they both still have one final Shadow Dragon each to defeat. Back on planet Earth, Kibito Kai and Giru are hot on the trail of the 6th dragon as he suddenly stops on a dime, sensing a sinister key nearby on a cliff. Giru starts freaking out as for the first time, even he senses the abnormal danger from this one. Something is far different about this dragon than the rest. He even looks the most unique so far. What an absurdly enormous key, Kibito Kai says, trembling. He's obviously on a whole different level than the evil dragons that came before. This is when the dragon takes notice of Kibito Kai and Giru in the distance as he calls him out, saying, "If it isn't the Kaioshin, you're late. I got sick of waiting, so I've been researching cool poses. You've come to seal our movement, right?" Kibito Kai is stunned as there's absolutely no easy way to approach this guy or take him by surprise like the others. Even the split second he needs to just touch him and teleport him would cost him his life. Now, please hurry, the 1-star dragon says. Send me to where they're waiting. Did you just say to take you there? Kibito Kai asks. What do you mean? Isn't your objective to torment the people of Earth? However, this dragon is much different than all the rest. That certainly may be true of the others, he says. I much prefer breaking the noses of the strong than tormenting the weak though. I know you're fighting on other planets to shield the Earth. Well, how convenient for me, Kibito Kai says, still trembling as Giru is still sounding the alarm about how dangerous this guy is. I'll take you there right now, as you wish, he says. But before that, let me ask you one thing. Which wish were you born from? The dragon smirks, saying that he was born from the negative energy produced when the wish to teach Goku how to become a Super Saiyan God was born, during the battle against Beerus. No confirmation yet on if the nature of the wish directly contributes to why this dragon is so much stronger than the others so far, but Kibito Kai takes him to where Gohan is waiting on planet Kacha. When they arrive, the dragon is instantly excited to feel how powerful Gohan is, but Kibito Kai is still really skeptical. Something is very off and very dangerous about this guy, but before he leaves, Gohan tosses him the Dragon Ball. In the mere presence of this dragon, Kibito Kai is shaken, but all he can do now is trust Gohan to handle this from here, as the two stand across from each other, and Kibito Kai heads back to Earth to find the last Shadow Dragon and Vegeta's next opponent. Gohan and the One-Star Dragon prepare to begin their fight, but this guy not only has an extremely weird personality, but his power is simply dreadful, and he isn't shy about hiding it. There's no doubt that this battle will push even Super Saiyan 5 Gohan to his limits, as the last dragon was merely a warm-up. However, now, these will certainly be life or death situations, as Gohan can't afford to let his guard down or make any mistakes here. Consider leaving a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time in Chapter 12 of Dragon Ball AF with the return of Super Saiyan 5. Thanks to Super Saiyan 4, Gohan has defeated his first opponent, the 7-star Shadow Dragon, with relative ease. Vegeta has also defeated his first dragon in the Demon Realm as well. But with his next opponent standing across from him now, it's clear to Gohan and especially Kibito Kai that something is far different with the One-Star Dragon. He doesn't care about tormenting the people on planet Earth, he just wants to destroy strong people, and he already knows about the Z Fighters' plan to fight on the other planets, so he allows Kibito Kai to take him to Gohan. This is Chapter 12 of Dragon Ball AF. He's quite the capable opponent, Gohan thinks to himself as the two prepare to start their battle. Little tricks aren't gonna work against him. Understanding that this is gonna be much different than the last fight, Gohan immediately starts powering up and transforms right away. He's gonna start this battle as a Super Saiyan 4, showing just how powerful he knows this Shadow Dragon is. There's no room for mistakes, no room to let his guard down even for a moment this time. The One-Star Dragon is actually shocked by Gohan's extreme power-up, but this excites him as well, as he says that this is wonderful. Your power has greatly increased, hasn't it? I'm looking forward to this. However, some of you guys may be wondering why Gohan didn't just immediately use Super Saiyan 5, right? Well, this is when we're brought back to a flashback of the Z Fighters before the hunt for the Shadow Dragons began and everyone was sent to their designated planets. Elder Kai tells them that before the battles begin, there's one very important thing they need to know. It concerns the Super Saiyan 5 transformation, he says, but I think you both have probably already realized it. The burden on the body is severe too, but the burden on the brain is even more excessive than anything. If possible, I'd like you to try and defeat them without resorting to using that transformation, he says, but that'll probably be difficult to do. As you are currently, the longest you could probably remain in Super Saiyan 5 is around 10 minutes at best. Otherwise, if you maintain the form for much longer, I fear that there will be serious side effects on your body and your brain. Depending on the circumstances, you could even lose your lives. 10 minutes is it? Gohan asks. Elder Kai replies again with a stern warning to only use the Super Saiyan 5 transformation as their ultimate trump card. If you do transform, please be careful not to overdo it. So he'll have to pace this fight correctly while also being very aware of his opponent's strength, or else a number of things may do him in. Well, this is it. Gohan charges at the one-star dragon as the battle begins. The battle to decide the fate of Pan, Goku, and the universe, because if Gohan and Vegeta can't stop these last two shadow dragons, then no one can. The dragon seems unusually calm as Super Saiyan 4 Gohan throws a couple of punches that easily get blocked. He throws a kick that Gohan's able to block, but it's a lot more powerful than I think Gohan was expecting it to be, leaving his arm ringing and actually kind of numb momentarily. Now, Gohan is being completely put on defense from a flurry of attacks by the dragon. He's able to narrowly avoid most of his attacks, but his speed is steadily increasing until the moment he's able to finally land a solid hit, punching Gohan in the gut. He sends Gohan flying backwards, still having yet to even get serious with him, with Gohan noticing immediately that this fight is going to be much different than the last. He tries to shake it off and leaps back into the fight, clashing with the Shadow Dragon once more, trying to take back advantage in this one. The dragon easily blocks all of his attacks and is easily able to put Gohan back on defense with another flurry of attacks. Gohan throws a punch that the dragon is able to duck under, then he dodges a kick as well, telling Gohan that it's honestly futile. He lands another crushing punch to Gohan, reverberating and launching him across planet Kachin. The power that this guy possesses is honestly out of this world. Just his strikes alone are doing insane damage to Gohan and crushing him with incredible force, and he's yet to even use his real power yet. The Elder Kai gave them a pretty extreme warning about the time limit that they need to be wary of with Super Saiyan 5, but at this point, it's clear that there might not be any other way with this guy. Over on planet Earth, Videl, Chi-Chi, and Bulma are all sitting around a table having tea, as the look of peril on Videl's face is impossible to ignore. Chi-Chi tries to snap her out of it by saying that things will be okay and that they'll work out. "I understand how you feel," she says, "but fretting won't help." "Gohan will beat all the bad guys and revive Pan for sure," she says, but even Bulma has to admit that this is pretty unbearable. There's nothing they can do but sit around and wait. Back on planet Kachin, Gohan is trembling trying to get back to his feet as the dragon tries to even give him some tips. He tells Gohan that the way he's fighting right now is no good. If you do such large attacks, you'll leave yourself vulnerable and unwittingly tire yourself out. "You're so calm and composed. I felt rushed, so I wasn't calm." "Next time, it won't be that way," Gohan replies. The dragon, however, doesn't care at all about any distractions, telling Gohan he doesn't care about his own personal circumstances, he just wants to enjoy this fight. "So, I don't want you to fight in such a wasteful manner," he tells Gohan. "I don't have much time to spare for your amusement," Gohan replies, "but that last one did open my eyes. I had forgotten that you're not an opponent who can be easily defeated. Thank you." The dragon tells him to prepare himself though, because this next attack is going to be even more powerful than his last one, and he launches himself at Gohan. Gohan stands his ground this time though, waiting for the dragon to throw his next attack and narrowly avoids it. However, he's able to trap the dragon's arm with his own against his body and swings him around before throwing him into the sky. Next, Gohan fires a number of multiple ki blasts, pelting the Shadow Dragon with attack after attack as massive explosions ring off. When Gohan finishes and the smoke clears, however, Gohan is shocked by what he sees next. The dragon darts out of the debris unscathed by that last attack and charges at Gohan as they trade punches. These two are absolutely going at it this time around, with Gohan standing his ground, being a little more focused this time as he's able to equalize the dragon's attacks a little bit better in round 2. The two go on to clash punch after punch, kick after kick, until finally in one final strike, the two create a massive shockwaves that sends them both flying backwards, showing how equal they both are in this battle at this point. However, the both of them seem to be showing a healthy amount of respect for each other's strength and skill as well. Even the dragon comments that Gohan's movement has improved, which is good because otherwise this wouldn't be as fun. He tells him to focus harder, and this will only make the fight even better for the both of them here on out. Don't think you can maintain that composure forever, Gohan tells him. But as we guessed, the dragon hasn't even begun to get serious yet, stating that he's probably only using around 50% of his power at this point. Gohan calls his bluff though, provoking the one-star Shadow Dragon to show him more, immediately calling for him to turn up the intensity a little bit. So, the dragon extends his arm and gathers an immense amount of ki on his fingertips, as Gohan even takes note that not only is his ki incredible, the evil negative energy emanating from this guy is earth-shattering. The one-star dragon releases his next attack, the right snake, that slithers through the air across the battlefield towards Gohan, who's barely able to avoid it. Then, the left snake, that is shot through the air towards a defenseless Gohan, who's unable to dodge this one. It hits Gohan in his left bicep, freezing the battlefield momentarily, as it doesn't seem to injure him at all, which kind of confuses Gohan. Even he notices that although he has this weird aura around where he got hit, he doesn't have any pain. But the dragon smirks and begins laughing at him, saying, "Is that so?" after Gohan comments that he didn't do any damage to him. All of a sudden, his arm is frozen to his side. It's just become slightly paralyzed. It'll go back to normal in a few minutes, the dragon tells him. However, it'll be impossible for you to continue evading my moves in that state. It's certainly hard to predict the path of that complicated movement, Gohan thinks to himself, considering that last attack. It's going to be tough avoiding that technique in a state where one arm won't move. The dragon fires off both his left and right snakes simultaneously this time, pushing Gohan to his limit, even with one arm completely useless right now. He is able to barely avoid these random attacks for a short time, but before long, his other arm is hit and then restricted as well. But the dragon isn't done here. Next, he fires off both attacks again, and while Gohan is able to evade the first assault, both of his legs are struck next, completely restricting all of his limbs now. Now, it looks like it's game over, as Gohan admits that he can't really move his body at all now. But the one-star dragon still isn't done here. Now that Gohan is completely immobilized, the dragon goes back on the attack again, completely overwhelming him with repetitive strikes over and over again, breaking him down with multiple attacks until finally slamming him down into the ground below. Next, the dragon goes into showing off some of those cool poses he was researching while waiting on Kibito Kai before launching his next attack, his Dark Dragon Cannon. A massive beam that rips through the battlefield, soaring towards Gohan, who has only just now regained back control of both of his arms, but is unable to dodge the enormous attack headed his way that explodes right under the dragon's feet. But right now, complete silence, as the dragon assumes that Gohan might be dead from that last attack. Well, that ended a lot faster than I thought it would. How disappointing, he says. I hope the next opponent will prove to be more entertaining. Back on the planet where Elder Kai and Goku are, Kibito Kai has gone back to the sacred world to retrieve Uub, Goten, and Trunks, as it seems everything has gone well for now, so they just need to wait for Gohan and Vegeta. It seems both of them have succeeded in defeating their Shadow Dragons. Gohan, however, is currently fighting his second Shadow Dragon, the one-star dragon Super Su Shenron, Kibito Kai says. But Elder Kai tells them that he's struggling because he's a lot more powerful than they had imagined. Goten and Trunks can't believe that this guy is giving Gohan so much trouble. As he is now, they thought that he'd be able to beat any opponent. However, Elder Kai tells them that Gohan hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan 5 just yet, and for good reason. Super Saiyan 5 puts an enormous burden on the body and brain, so Gohan is trying his best to fight without transforming as much as possible. But it doesn't seem like he can cut any corners and beat this opponent. Gohan will probably have no choice but to get serious. Goten and Trunks offer to go help Gohan, but he tells them no. For now, we'd best just keep watching, he says. As I said before, Gohan hasn't gotten serious yet. Besides, there's still one more Shadow Dragon out there, so I need you guys to wait here just in case. Uub asks what if Gohan loses, but Elder Kai assures him that it'll be fine for now. they should just trust Gohan's battle sense. After all, he is Goku's son. So for now, they leave things in his hands as Kibito Kai prepares to head back to Earth and find the final Shadow Dragon to deliver them to Vegeta. Over on planet Kashin, Gohan finally shows himself again after regaining control of all of his limbs back, leaping out of the smoke. The dragon is even more excited now that it seems like he had underestimated Gohan initially. Looks like there's still plenty of fun in store, he goes on. Gohan just looks up and smiles at him, telling him that just as he was hiding his true power, I wasn't serious yet myself. The Shadow Dragon strikes another pose as he says that if that's the case, then please don't hesitate. Come at me seriously. I might be able to get serious myself, he laughs. Well, as he wished, Gohan finally takes the weights off and starts to release his true power. The one-star dragon certainly didn't seem to expect this, as even he's taken aback by the massive ki that Gohan had been holding back this whole time as he undergoes another transformation. Over in the realm where Uub and the others are, they can feel Gohan's raging ki even as far away as they are currently. Even down in the demon realm, Vegeta can feel that Gohan seems to have finally been pushed to use this transformation, signaling that whomever he's fighting is more powerful than he expected. As he uses the rage and emotion of losing Pan as a trigger, in one burst of overwhelming power and light, Gohan has finally returned to Super Saiyan 5. The Shadow Dragon is infatuated with Gohan's new form and true power, as this is exactly what he'd been waiting for, saying how wonderful this is. At last, Gohan is getting serious, as everyone is now watching this fight on the edge of their seats. The raging beast, Super Saiyan 5 Gohan, has finally been born. The Shadow Dragon is so excited he can barely contain himself as he says that this is beyond his greatest imagination. I'm thrilled. Now I'll have to get serious too, or else. However, now that Gohan has more control over Super Saiyan 5 than his initial transformation, he's able to command his power better than ever. He releases even more power in a furious cyclone of ki that puts quite the worried look on the Shadow Dragon's face. Even after his transformation, Gohan still had more power to release, as the Shadow Dragon is seen trembling now. Gohan telling him that this will be over soon enough, so he better brace himself. As Uub, Goten, and Trunks watch the conclusion of Gohan's battle with Elder Kai, Vegeta patiently awaits his final opponent and his chance to show his true power with Super Saiyan 5 as well. Now that Gohan has gotten serious, someone will die here, but time is of the essence. A battle of the highest level and degree is about to take place in chapter 13 of Dragon Ball AF, so be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on those notifications so you don't miss the conclusion of this epic fight. 2 more Shadow Dragons remain. Thanks to the horrifying and honestly blood-chilling power of the one-star dragon though, Gohan has been forced to transform into a Super Saiyan 5 despite the Elder Kai's warning. This transformation not only bears a heavy burden on the body, but even more so on the mind. So if he is to transform, try to finish things in under 10 minutes. Back on Earth, as Kibito Kai goes in search of the last Shadow Dragon and Vegeta's final opponent, he notices the furious power of Super Saiyan 5 Gohan all the way over here. This tremendous ki. It's Gohan, he says. It appears the fight has finally gotten serious. However, it seems the evil dragon is really powering up. I hope everything goes well, but anyways, according to the radar, it's a bit further south. Goku, I'll only be a bit longer. Please wait, he thinks to himself, as Kibito Kai closes in on the last dragon and Gohan's battle prepares to reach its climax. Welcome to chapter 13 of Dragon Ball AF, and really quickly before we begin, I want to say, since I've seen this question a few times now, that this entire series is in a playlist for you guys. It's been that way since the first video. I'll be sure to put it at the top of the screen right now and maybe pin it in the comments too, but without further ado, let's hop right in. With Uub, Goten, and Trunks along with the Elder Kai watching over in the realm where they're keeping Goku safe, the time has come for Gohan to show everyone what he's made of. Over on planet Kashin, Gohan has finally undergone the Super Saiyan 5 transformation and stands across the strongest opponent he's ever faced. Well, maybe I'll have to get serious myself now, the dragon says. I'm looking forward to this. Gohan readies himself and then lunges at the one-star dragon with speed exponentially faster than before. He zips around and ends up behind his opponent, as even the dragon notices that he's much faster than before. He goes for an initial punch and absolutely decks the dragon with a strike that rings him, dizzying and devastating as anything he's ever felt before. This power is much more intense than Gohan's last form, and he's not finished. The punch sends him flying, but Gohan chases him down in the air before appearing above him, and then with another strike, devastates his torso and then punts him back into the air with a kick, nearly knocking the dragon out. Next, Gohan looks to end this as he takes aim at his opponent up in the air and starts charging a nuclear Kamehameha, the single strongest version of this attack that I've ever seen. This next panel just shows off how talented young Gigi is as Gohan fires off this massive attack through the power of Super Saiyan 5 as this beam rips through the sky, homing in on the Shadow Dragon. It's a direct hit, and a massive explosion ensues as it looks like Gohan may have actually ended the battle much quicker than expected. But to Gohan, he's prepared to expect the unexpected. Back in the realm where everyone is watching, Goten and Trunks can't help but kind of glaze Gohan's strength, saying that it's overwhelming and assuming that he's easily defeated the dragon now. However, Elder Kai doesn't necessarily think so just yet. As expected, when the smoke dies down, the one-star dragon is still there, and although he's taken a bit of damage, this wasn't nearly enough to put him down as he and Gohan stare back at each other before getting started again. The dragon starts literally dancing from excitement as he says that this is the best thing ever. This is the power I've been waiting for, he cheers. It seems it would be no problem for you as you currently are. Very well. Let me show you my true power as well, he says. All of a sudden, the one-star dragon starts powering up as well, finally deciding to get serious to match the strength of Super Saiyan 5 Gohan. A whirlwind of ki erupts from around him that sends a sinister shockwave of negative energy across the battlefield. His muscles begin to swell, and to the shock of everyone, he transforms. The blistering negative energy that just erupted from the dragon sends chills down the spines of the spectators as even Gohan realizes that this will be the toughest fight of his life as the dragon releases his true power. Now then, let this be our final battle, he says as he looks down at Gohan, ready to finally cut loose against an opponent worthy of his true power. Gohan prepares himself as the dragon launches himself down at him with frightening speed. He slices through the battlefield, but Gohan is prepared, and when he lands his first strike on him, they trade blows, both landing dizzying strikes on each other. The amount of power being released in the clashes from these two trading blows creates many shockwaves with each punch as these two just kind of slug it out one after another, back to back, punch after punch for minutes at this point. They even turn up the intensity more, trading blows back to back, but suddenly, he disappears, to the shock of the dragon. Next, Gohan would appear beneath him and levels him with a surprise punch and then sends him flying with another kick again, overwhelming the dragon with one combo at a time as, in my opinion, just based off of how things are going right now, Gohan might be able to do this. But he has to do it fast. He chases him down in the air again and unleashes a flurry of attacks on the dragon, creasing him from his overwhelming onslaught. The spectators are loving Gohan's showcase, with Goten and Trunks commenting on how breathtaking and intense this battle is and cheering him on every step of the way. With one more decisive blow, Gohan crushes the one-star dragon with one more punch that almost knocks his lights out and very clearly displays the gap in power between these two. It sends him skidding across the battlefield as Gohan's power output slows down finally. And with that, it becomes clear. The trembling dragon, after a second, finally gets back to his feet, as even he admits that he's shocked at how powerful Gohan is, and even at his full power, he's no match for him. As I thought. We were getting worried over nothing, Trunks comments. Gohan has won. But Elder Kai doesn't seem to think so. What do you mean, old Kai? Trunks asks. Well, I have a bad feeling, he replies. All of a sudden, something snaps within Gohan, but not in a good way, shifting the course of this entire battle for good. His mind begins to contort as he's barely able to control his rage, but the conflict between his mind and his physical ability is crippling. Both the spectators and the dragon wonder what the hell is happening, as all of a sudden, the worst case scenario takes place. Gohan's power plummets straight to hell, and then he suddenly reverts back to his base form. Everyone is stunned, but maybe none as much as Gohan himself, who realizes that now it's over. He took too long to finish this battle, and now he'll pay a steep price as Elder Kai and the others freak out. Well, the dragon comments. I think it would conclude like this. To be honest, I'm disappointed. It looks like there was a time limit on that previous transformation. I wouldn't even mind if you killed me as you were then. This is truly disappointing. I'm sorry, but as you currently are, you're totally unappealing. I'll kill you immediately. Gohan is distraught now that he's lost the majority of his power. There's not much of anything, if anything, that he can do at this point, and there would need to be a miracle in order for him to get out of this alive. I only maintained the form for about 5 minutes, he thinks to himself. It's probably because I received too much damage in the beginning. What a complete failure. I was too cautious, he says. It seems taking damage in the beginning was no good, Elder Kai states too. Goten and Trunks plead with Elder Kai to take them to Planet Kachin in order to help Gohan, but Elder Kai says that even if they do go back him up, there's little chance that they'll be able to defeat him. You'd just be throwing your lives away for nothing, he says. But if we just abandon him, at this rate, Gohan's gonna die. We've got no other choice though, Elder Kai tells them. All we can do is ask Kibito Kai to send Vegeta to back him up at this point, as Trunks begs them to hurry up. Unfortunately, as this is happening simultaneously, Kibito Kai would come into contact with the one they've been searching for. Over in the Dark Demon Realm, it's finally time. Vegeta is alerted that he's no longer alone, as he states that it seems the last one has arrived. This time, I hope it's a worthy opponent, he says. He turns around, and there he is. The 4-star Shadow Dragon, the final Shadow Dragon remaining. Are you the one who summoned me here? The dragon asks. Unbelievable. My opponent is an old man, Vegeta comments. I'm sorry, but I won't be holding back, he says. What an assertive guy, the dragon replies. Well, I don't really like assertive people. This is when Vegeta asks, by the way, which negative energy were you born from? The dragon replies that he was actually born from the negative energy when Goku was restored to life. I see. Then you and Kakarot are somewhat like brothers. Now I'm getting more into it, Vegeta continues. Let's hurry up and begin. He powers up to Super Saiyan 4, telling the dragon this will end soon enough. However, we have no clue what abilities or just how strong the 4-star Shadow Dragon really is. The final battle is about to take place, but just like the 1-star dragon, something is unsettling about this one. Back at the Spectator's realm, Kibito Kai, finally done with his mission now, rejoins the others as Elder Kai says that he showed up right on time. Would you hurry and send Vegeta to Gohan, he pleads? Something terrible has happened. Gohan actually lost his power. You've gotta be kidding me. I just brought the last Shadow Dragon to Vegeta. Everyone freaks out as this spells doom for Gohan, with no one being strong enough to go and help him without Vegeta at this point. So it seems like the best they can do is send Uub, Goten, and Trunks there. Back at Planet Kachin, the Shadow Dragon is just punishing a defenseless Gohan with each and every strike, not only breaking his body, but his spirit as well. Attack after attack, he's done his best, but it still wasn't enough. He wonders what his father would have done here, thinking to himself, whenever Goku was faced with overwhelmingly powerful enemies, he never gave up and always stood back up. And as a result, you defeated the enemies and saved the Earth. I wonder what father would have thought at a time like this. Why was he able to stand up without giving up? How can I beat this guy? How can I save Pan and save the Earth, he thinks to himself. Father, please teach me the method for defeating such powerful foes. What would Goku do, even as he stares death in the face? The dragon prepares to finish him with his next attack, but suddenly, a look of calmness and realization comes over Gohan's face that even surprises the dragon. What's wrong? Have you lost your mind or something? He asks. Gohan replies that right now, he feels like he understands how his father must have felt. What are you talking about? The dragon asks. Gohan replies that he understands how to beat this guy. All of a sudden, Gohan begins to power up again, understanding exactly what needs to be put on the line. The answer was simple all along, he says. I just have to risk my life. Gohan powers back up, and within seconds, disregarding Elder Kai's warning, he transforms back into a Super Saiyan 5. The dragon is stunned that he's bypassed the apparent time limit that he showed before, and regardless of the detrimental effects, has regained his power again. In one final blistering attack, Gohan lands a vicious dragon punch through the dragon's torso by launching himself at him and through him. In one of the most insane shots, Gohan completely obliterates the one-star Shadow Dragon with the remainder of his power and life force, as his transformation fades one final time and Gohan's lifeless body falls to the ground as he passes with a smile on his face. This is what Goku would have done, no matter what, to save his friends, family, and the universe. His life is worth it. Suddenly, over on planet Earth, Videl almost senses that something has happened. Something's up with Gohan. Chi-Chi tries to reassure her that Gohan will take care of everything, but a wife knows when something is wrong, especially when she's already went through one tragedy recently. Kibito Kai and the others arrive right as the battle ends between Gohan and the Shadow Dragon, but they're a few seconds too late. Kibito Kai tries to revive him with his powers, but it's too late. However, even as upset as Goten and Trunks are, Gohan felt like this was a necessary sacrifice to achieve their goal. It wasn't their faults for not being strong enough. This is what they trained for. They were all prepared to make this sacrifice if need be. It just so happens that it was Gohan who made that ultimate sacrifice. All of a sudden, his eyes open. Even though there's one more Shadow Dragon left, it seems that the negative energy has weakened enough to allow him to regain his consciousness. Elder Kai comments that with as much as a mess as losing Gohan, they may be doomed in this final fight. However, a miracle has just taken place. As if they switched places, as Gohan dies, Goku wakes up, and he looks as serious as ever. Elder Kai and the others freak out as Goku's awakening just changed everything. Elder Kai offers to give him a rundown, but even though he was unconscious, Goku heard everything, even what happened to Pan and Gohan. Goku tells him to not worry, just leave the rest to him. When everyone else feared the worst after Gohan's death is when Goku finally awakened from his slumber, overcoming the remaining amount of negative energy binding him and returning to the mortal world. Now, with his family shattered, Goku's resolve can't be broken, and he's ready to end this once and for all, to restore peace to Earth and the universe once again next time in Chapter 14 of Dragon Ball AF. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan, while having defeated 2 Shadow Dragons, has fallen in battle as he put his very life on the line to finish this mission and save Pan. Although the warning about the Super Saiyan 5 transformation from Elder Kai was very clear, Gohan would eventually come to terms with what the difference is between him and Goku in these situations. Exactly what needed to be put on the line to win this battle: his life. This is chapter 14 of Dragon Ball AF, and the Shadow Dragon saga is coming to a climax. Gohan's lifeless body may lie on the surface of planet Kachin, but how did we get here? Father. Father, Gohan calls out while the Shadow Dragon is waiting on him. I'm certain I heard it at that moment. Father's voice, he says. All of a sudden, a familiar voice calls out to him. Gohan, it says. It's Goku. Father, is that you? Gohan asks. Goku actually contacts him telepathically, at least I think that's what's going on here, as Goku replies that, yeah, it is. And he apologizes for causing so much trouble this time around. No, not at all. It's me who should apologize, Gohan says. I'm so useless. I let Pan die. Sorry. Hearing his son heartbroken and crushed to this extent changes something inside Goku though, as he says that he has a request for him. The evil power binding him has been purified for the most part, but still not to the degree that he can fight, Goku says. So, I want you to defeat Super Yi Shenron no matter what. I'm sure you can do it. Just believe in yourself. But I've already used up all my power, Gohan replies as he stands there defenseless against the Shadow Dragon. However, Goku tells him not to give up. Do you want to create more victims? You've seen how I fought all this time, right? This is when Gohan starts to remember how each and every time Goku was pit against an opponent stronger than him, he did whatever it took to find a way to win, even if it cost him everything. Rest assured, Goku goes on, after you beat this one, leave the rest to me. This is all Gohan needed to hear to reaffirm his resolve and understanding of exactly what he needs to do here, no matter how difficult it may be. Because of those words from his father, Gohan was able to give it everything he had, transforming back into a Super Saiyan 5, although he understood the fatality of it and defeating Super Yi Shenron. And he was able to have peace of mind and leave everything to Father with no regrets whatsoever. Thank you, Father. Please save Pan and the Earth, Gohan pleads as his life force fades away. Now, back in the present day, Goku is laser focused, understanding the situation that they're in and what's been lost so far as he walks towards Elder Kai with intense resolve. Gramps, I'm sorry this is so sudden, but would you please hear me out? As I am now, I can't defeat the evil dragon. So please train me, he asks. Back in the Demon Realm, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is in the middle of a heated engagement with the 4-star Shadow Dragon as he throws a punch, but the dragon evades it. Vegeta turns around and blasts him, but as the attack homes in, he vanishes. All of a sudden, the 4-star Shadow Dragon appears behind Vegeta. He throws a punch that Vegeta is easily able to evade, and then he returns a punch of his own that levels the Shadow Dragon, who was unexpecting of such a precise counterattack. Then, he kicks the dragon across the battlefield through a clear side nearby, where he now starts charging his next attack in a familiar pose. Vegeta starts gathering a massive amount of ki in the palms of his hands, charging a final flash that looks to obliterate his opponent. When he releases the blast, it rips through the battlefield, soaring towards his opponent, creating a massive explosion that erupts throughout the Demon Realm. As the smoke subsides, Vegeta, thinking that he's already won, said that the dragon was actually weaker than he thought. What a letdown. All of a sudden, the Shadow Dragon leaps out of the debris into the sky above, looking down at Vegeta with that same sinister smirk on his face. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that that last attack did much of anything. "So, I guess you're tougher than I thought," Vegeta says. "I'm glad I have such a worthy opponent this time," as the dragon calls him quite the egotistical bastard. "You don't seem to understand anything," he says as he looks at Vegeta as a naive earthling. "You're too particular about the outward appearance of strength." "The outward appearance, you say?" Vegeta asks. "What is that supposed to mean?" "The answer is simple," the Shadow Dragon replies. "I'm much stronger than you. Overwhelmingly so." Vegeta thinks that he's bluffing, but the Shadow Dragon starts releasing an alarming amount of negative energy. All of a sudden, he launches himself at Vegeta at a much higher rate of speed than he's shown prior, taking even Vegeta off guard. He clocks Vegeta in the face with his newfound speed before then kicking him across the battlefield. He then follows Vegeta's body throughout the air before appearing above him and then eventually sending him soaring back towards the ground below. Vegeta crashes into the rubble below, creating a large smoke screen from the debris flying everywhere, but as he gets back to his feet, the dragon appears behind him. He overwhelms Vegeta with a flurry of attacks, attempting to wear him down as attack after attack, he tears into the Saiyan. Next, the dragon launches a giant Neo Dragon Ball, which is a giant blast that comes out in the shape of a dragon and looks to engulf Vegeta. The attack rips through the demon realm and does seem to engulf and potentially make a direct hit on Vegeta, with the Shadow Dragon looking on, assuming that this one has finally come to an end. Back on the Spectator's planet, Kibito Kai has finally returned with Uub, Goten, and Trunks along with Gohan's body. But to their surprise, someone else is also here. It's Goku, and he's in the middle of a very important inner battle. Needless to say, the three of them are extremely emotional to see Goku again after all these years, and this means that Gohan's sacrifice isn't in vain. However, they've arrived during a very crucial part of Goku's training. He's undergoing the same emotional training that Vegeta and Gohan did, which could only mean one thing. Back in the Demon Realm with Vegeta and the 4-star dragon, the dragon is disappointed that it seems Vegeta was all talk after not sensing any movement after his last attack. However, as soon as he begins to count Vegeta out, a rupture of wild ki begins to surface. A furious wave of rage erupts from the explosion site where Vegeta took that last attack, as finally, Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta is born once again. Although I will say, in my opinion, this should have happened a few encounters ago because we saw what waiting too long did to Gohan in his fight. Hopefully though, Vegeta's massive amount of experience over Gohan will make a slight difference in this one. Vegeta tells the dragon that he got a bit too carried away and arrogant. Now, he's gonna crush him to death. "I see," the dragon replies. "So I was mistaken too. I can't believe you were actually holding back. Interesting. It looks like this is gonna be kind of fun." Vegeta, however, is in no mood to prolong this battle, understanding the negatives that could come of it if so. So, he charges at the dragon in a bid to end this once and for all. With the exponential increase in his speed, even the dragon is unprepared by how much Vegeta just powered up, and he's taken aback by how fast he's gotten. Vegeta lands a vicious combo on the dragon, crippling him with an onslaught of attacks before finally charging up and landing a creasing kick to his midsection. This kick sends the dragon sliding backwards across the demon realm. He doesn't stop there though. He charges at the dragon again and keeps the assault going, overwhelming the dragon but also exerting an absurd amount of stamina and ki that can't be overlooked. Vegeta launches him into the air with another kick before appearing over the dragon, showing his impressive speed once again. Next, now at point blank range, Vegeta prepares to blast the dragon with a devastating final shine attack. His attack blows the Shadow Dragon away down into the rubble below, as it looks like he may have actually not only done some serious damage to him this time, but possibly even destroyed the Shadow Dragon. A massive mushroom cloud erupts from the site of the explosion, and a giant crater is created as Vegeta looks on to see what's become of his opponent. However, this still hasn't done the 4-star Shadow Dragon in, as we can see him stepping out of the smoke in the crater shortly thereafter. "I'm shocked," he says. "It seems you have indeed powered up considerably even. Now it's time for me to get a little more serious." He leaps back up to where Vegeta is, as unfortunately, it seems like Vegeta may have made that same mistake as Gohan, saying that the damage he took before was a little more than he initially thought. "We're gonna settle this immediately," he says, as he knows his time limit is running out. This is when the dragon readies himself and starts raising his own power level to the shock of Vegeta. His negative energy aura perfectly encapsulates the shape of his body, almost like an aura of armor engulfing him. This is his dragon jacket, as he calls it. Vegeta kinda making fun of his name a little, but with what the dragon is doing at full power and Vegeta's power slowly depleting, this isn't a joke anymore. The dragon dares him to charge at him again, now that they're finally both at full power, with the two clashing in the middle of the battlefield, causing one of those huge Tenkaichi 3 shockwaves that destroys the land around them. Now, the dragon is able to easily counter and tank most of Vegeta's attacks, as there still isn't one person in control, but this has easily become a battle of endurance at this point. These two continue to go back and forth, trying everything they can to wear the other down, but at the same time, both enjoying the intensity of a battle this high level as well. They clash once more in the middle of the battlefield, creating another huge crater before separating to end another round. Vegeta decides that it's time to wrap this up, as his time as a Super Saiyan 5 is rapidly coming to an end, so he gets in his galactic gun stance. However, the dragon, still with this unshakable smirk on his face, prepares his attack too. Vegeta fires his Super Gallic gun, met by the 4-star dragon's Neo Dragon Ball, a giant beam in the shape of a dragon, as their two attacks collide in the middle of the demon realm in an epic beam struggle. While this beam struggle may not exactly declare the winner, both Vegeta and the dragon are exhausting extreme levels of ki. Vegeta tries to overwhelm the dragon, dumping the majority of the ki he has left in an attempt to engulf the dragon's attack, but the 4-star dragon returns the same intensity with his attack as well. This game of mercy ending in what seems to be a stalemate as the attacks explode in the center of the struggle. Vegeta is exhausted. If this doesn't end it, he's cooked, as even before he sees any sign of what's become of his opponent, it happens. The worst case scenario. He loses control, and the mental anguish of maintaining Super Saiyan 5 overwhelms him, and as we expected, Vegeta falls back to his base form, trembling from exhaustion. All of a sudden though, through the smoke, Vegeta begins to make out the silhouette of the dragon, who still seems to have barely taken any damage. However, his dragon jacket is gone at the very least. "You monster," Vegeta says, as the dragon replies that it looks like this little game of theirs is finally over. "That was pretty good though. The least I can do for you is to give you a quick death." "Don't think it'll be that easy," Vegeta replies, as in a last-ditch effort, he transforms into a Super Saiyan with the remaining energy he has left. The dragon holds nothing back though, as he goes to town on a weakened Vegeta who can barely throw a punch anymore, beating him within an inch of his life, slinging him all over the battlefield before eventually grabbing him by his hair and holding him up, before preparing to launch his final attack to put the Saiyan down for good. He holds a blast to Vegeta's chest, as much like Gohan, it seems like Vegeta may meet his end here, saying, "How pathetic. How can I suffer such an unsightly defeat?" he says to himself, ashamed, and with tears running down his face, says, "Kakarot, it seems like I couldn't protect the Earth that you protected." He apologizes to Gohan, Pan, and yes, even Goku, as it seems like even his best wasn't enough this time, and with that, the dragon prepares to launch his final attack. However, a crushing punch separates the two, causing the dragon to drop Vegeta as Super Saiyan 4 Goku appears out of nowhere. "Who are you?" the dragon says, wiping himself off. The dragon demands to know who he is as an angry Super Saiyan 4 Goku, after losing Gohan and Pan, refuses to lose Vegeta as well. "You kept us waiting long enough," Vegeta says as he lets out a sigh of relief. "Sorry for being late, Vegeta," Goku replies. With Goku finally completely revived, the tides of this battle are shifting as the others wonder just what was Goku able to achieve in such a short time training. Will he be able to defeat this Shadow Dragon that already battled against the Super Saiyan 5 and won? In Chapter 15 of Dragon Ball AF, Super Saiyan 5 Goku will finally make his first appearance, and who knows, maybe even Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta will fight alongside him, helping them edge out this battle against the strongest Shadow Dragon they've ever encountered. After Gohan fell victim to the second Shadow Dragon he faced off against, he showed us a very important aspect of Super Saiyan 5, which the Elder Kai warned us about. What happens when you use the form for too long? It becomes a crushing disaster that punishes not only the body, but the mind as well, and Vegeta would fall victim to this same time limit. However, before the 4-star dragon is able to finish off Vegeta, Goku appears. After Gohan defeated the 6th Shadow Dragon, the negative energy binding Goku finally weakened enough for him to regain consciousness, and while Vegeta began fighting the final dragon, Goku would undergo the same training he and Gohan underwent with the Elder Kai. Now, while I would love for this to be a 2v1, Vegeta has exhausted all of his energy, so it seems like this will be Goku versus the 4-star dragon from now on. Welcome to Chapter 15 of Dragon Ball AF, guys, the one you all have really been waiting for. And if you've been enjoying this entire story so far, consider leaving a like on the video. Be sure to go check out the entire playlist so you can watch all 15 videos leading up to this point. Let's try and get this one to 1K likes if we're able to. I know you guys can do it. Subscribe to the channel for more, and without further ado, let's hop right in. As Goku and Vegeta stand across from their final opponent, the 4-star dragon, it's now clearly up to Goku once again to end this threat. They've all done their parts. Gohan has even given up his life for this battle. Now, it's Goku's turn. The dragon immediately recognizes him as Vegeta already confirmed that in a way, they are directly tied, seeing as how this dragon was born from Goku's body being restored. "You sure took your sweet time getting here," the dragon says, as he fully expected to battle Goku himself at some point, and he was right. "You've really been a thorn in our side. Do you want to settle this right here?" Goku replies that there's one thing he wants to make clear before they do fight though. Up until now, they've been really indebted to the Dragon Balls. For the longest time throughout history, again and again, over and over throughout the years. From the early days of Dragon Ball, throughout Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball GT, and even Dragon Ball Super, they've always been saved by the Dragon Balls. "I'm really grateful," he admits. "So this time, for sure, we'll protect world peace with our own power," he declares. "This is the end. Let's settle this." The dragon obliges as he powers up again and reapplies his dragon jacket aura that he used against Vegeta. But even with his still vastly powerful negative energy, Goku isn't budged. "Bluff all you want," the dragon says, "but it all comes down to whether or not you can defeat me. I'll play around with you for a bit." Over on the spectators planet, Uub, Goten, and Trunks are on the edge of their seats as the final battle is finally beginning. Even Vegeta can't help but be intrigued at what Goku might be able to accomplish now. The Kais, the boys, and Vegeta are all laser focused on the battle at hand. Now, it begins as Goku and the dragon both charge at each other at full speed, with the first attack being thrown. Super Saiyan 4 Goku throws a punch that's easily blocked by the dragon, but Goku's speed and awareness are equally as impressive as he dodges all of the dragon's attacks too. He decks the dragon in the face with a devastating punch before sending him flying across the demon realm with a kick. The dragon catches himself, but by the time he looks up, Goku is charging a Kamehameha times 10. However, due to his training and being fresh on the battlefield, this one is much larger than before. The dragon, Vegeta, and all of the spectators are shocked at Goku's power output as he launches his attack. Goku's Kamehameha times 10 roars across the landscape, headed straight towards the dragon before causing an enormous explosion that seems to stem from a direct hit, possibly. A crater is left from the pathway of Goku's insane attack, but it seems like he knows that this is still far from over. Interestingly enough, the dragon is right beside the crater made from Goku's last attack, as even he's shocked, asking, "Was that supposed to miss on purpose?" Goku looks down at his hands in slight what seems to be confusion as well, but he brushes it off by saying that it's been quite some time since his last fight, so his aim was a little off. "I'll get you next time." Vegeta, however, doesn't seem so convinced, as he wonders just what the hell is going on. What happened to Kakarot? He should be in Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta thinks to himself, trembling from exhaustion and a slight bit of anxiety. Yet, what is this surging power? He's obviously like a completely different person now. Furthermore, that bastard's not even serious yet. Even the dragon notices as he says that it doesn't seem like Goku is taking this seriously at all. Are you trying to wait and see something? Well, I'll show you a little something gradually from here on out. I'm looking forward to it, Goku says with a little chuckle. Man, fighting a strong opponent sure is exciting. Come on, we're done warming up, he says. Let's get serious. Goku charges at the dragon again, this time showing an insanely more impressive degree of speed and appearing right in front of the dragon, landing another punch. Then he releases an onslaught of attacks with a flurry of punches before finally kicking him, sending him flying again. Goku soars across the battlefield, chasing the dragon and flying over him before stuffing him into the ground below with a devastating punch that implants the dragon into the wasteland. The size of the crater created from Goku's punch stuns everyone watching, as they can't believe how strong Goku's gotten all of a sudden. Goku stands over the dragon, who slowly gets back up to his feet, saying that it seems he's far more powerful than the one before, speaking of Vegeta. "So now you understand," Goku says. "Show me your true power too then," knowing that the dragon has been suppressing his strength as well. "So that's it. I see," Vegeta says as he brutally analyzes every aspect of what Goku is doing. What the hell is that bastard Kakarot thinking? This is when we're brought to a flashback from 2 hours earlier as Goku woke up on the Spectators planet. He of course asked Elder Kai to train him in the same way he did Gohan and Vegeta, wanting to become a Super Saiyan 5 as well. "Yeah, that's my intention," he admits. "I see," Elder Kai replies, "but I have a bad feeling about the dragon this time. Perhaps not even a Super Saiyan 5 will be a match for him." But this is when Goku shocks him by saying he knows, and that's why he plans on surpassing Super Saiyan 5. Of course, Elder Kai has no idea what he's talking about, and this is when Goku explains that he discovered something about the secret of the Saiyan transformations after sensing everyone's fights while unconscious. There was something in common every time we did a transformation that went over the limit. Something in common, you say? What could that be, Elder Kai asks. Goku goes on to explain that through Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, rage was the trigger for the transformation to manifest. For Super Saiyan 3, it was the feeling of pleasure. And for Super Saiyan 4, it was the feeling and emotion of sorrow. Basically, Goku goes on, Saiyans are able to go over the limit due to emotional arousal. I see. So how will knowing that help you, Elder Kai asks. Well, that's where that technique of yours becomes crucial, Goku tells him. I'm gonna draw out my power by controlling all of these emotions. By dispersing that elevated emotion, I can eliminate the demerit of the transformational limit. And by releasing the 4 emotions gradually, I should be able to increase my fighting power far greater than even Gohan and Vegeta. By doing so, I should even be able to exhibit power greater than a Super Saiyan 5, ideally. So even with the plan of becoming a Super Saiyan 5, Goku has something far greater in mind. However, did he pull it off to the extent that he had hoped for? Back in the Demon Realm, Vegeta notices as well that there's no mistaking it. Goku is controlling all 4 motions. That's why he's able to output more power than he and Gohan, even using the same transformations. He realized the special quality of Saiyan evolution and came up with the idea of controlling it. As usual, he makes me sick. Just when I thought I had reached his level, he surpassed me, Vegeta goes on, and in such a short amount of time too. He then can't help but admit, even with a smile on his face, he's been completely and utterly beaten by Goku. Hang in there, Kakarot, he says. Grant our wishes. Back at the battlefield where Goku and the dragon are, the dragon obliges showing Goku his true power as well and begins powering up once more. This time, however, even Goku is admittedly surprised at how much power his opponent was holding back, as the dragon's negative energy almost blows him away, but yet, still exciting for Goku. The dragon powers up his dragon jacket to max output and the two resume their battle. Goku admits that the dragon is far stronger than he expected, but he's still excited nonetheless. The dragon is actually able to outspeed Goku to a far extent and punches him in the stomach before unleashing a flurry of punches. He sends Goku flying with a kick through multiple mountains. Next, he launches multiple dragons at the site where Goku landed, causing a huge explosion. The spectators are shocked as Goku seems to have been outmaneuvered and overwhelmed, creating a massive hole in the ground. Even Vegeta can't believe the scale of this battle he's watching right now. Just as he thought Goku would easily defeat their opponent, the Shadow Dragon's true power is even more devastating than he had imagined. I truly hope that this doesn't turn out to be the 3rd time in a row that we see the same mistake being made. However, as Goku slowly flies out of the crater, clearly having taken some damage, I really don't know at this point. As expected, he packed quite a punch, he says. The dragon agrees that he too is far tougher than he thought as well. But Goku mentions that, as he thought prior, getting this done is going to be futile in the form that he's currently in, so it's time that he actually takes things serious. Finally, Goku begins powering up and transforming as Vegeta waits nearby to see if Goku actually did it. Suddenly, within the blink of an eye, almost as if he's mastered the form in record time, Goku's entire appearance changes. And then, Super Saiyan 5 Goku is finally born for the first time in Dragon Ball AF. However, his power is much more potent than we've seen otherwise. The 3rd Super Saiyan 5 is here, but this is much different. Vegeta is stunned as he realizes too that Goku's power is far greater than they had expected. To think that there would be such a difference in power, he thinks to himself. Kakarot is won. Goku launches himself at the dragon and easily overwhelms him with his newfound speed and crushes him with a punch to the gut, then appears above him and sends him flying towards the ground below with an elbow to the back of the head. He then gathers ki in both of his hands and dives towards the ground with a double dragon fist, crashing into the ground below. Incredible. I would expect nothing less from Goku, Trunks says, as the spectators are locked into this battle. Down at the battlefield, Goku stands over the body of the Shadow Dragon, who was stunned by that last attack, struggling to get back to his feet as he curses Goku. He angrily powers up again and then soars into the air above the battlefield and takes aim at the ground. He charges a massive attack above his head, but Goku isn't shaken at all. He launches his attack down at Goku, an astronomically large attack that stuns Vegeta and freezes him where he is. However, Goku is still unshaken and shows his resolve by simply powering up, not even moving, and completely evaporates the dragon's attack. Absurd, the dragon utters as Vegeta gasps, saying that he literally just shrugged off that huge attack. Goku tells Su Shenron that it's over now. He's finished. He begins charging up one final attack as the dragon is now trembling, completely in fear of Goku. Goku's new technique, The limited Kamehameha begins to gather in the center of the battlefield as Goku releases the strongest attack we've ever seen from him before that almost breaks through the demon realm itself. The attack homes in on the dragon before entirely engulfing him and vaporizing the shadow dragon where he stood, clean out of the sky. Goku still barely looks like he broke a sweat. However, while everyone else celebrates thinking Goku was won and that the battle is over, Goku senses a sinister ki that just pulled off something truly sneaky. All of a sudden, the 4-star dragon appears on the spectators' planet behind Uub, Goten, and Trunks. It was believed that the dragon had been defeated by that last massive attack from Goku. However, in that moment, it seems like he may have copied the instant transmission technique from Kibito Kai or Goku himself. And with this, he's appeared before the most vulnerable of them and says that now it's time for him to begin his counterattack. Will Goku be able to get here in time to save the boys and the Kais before the dragon slaughters everyone here? Or is it too late? Super Saiyan 5 Goku has finally been born as the final Shadow Dragon's about to be destroyed in Dragon Ball AF. However, just as Goku's final and strongest attack was about to collide and finally obliterate the 4-star dragon, the worst case scenario takes place. Su Shenron's quick thinking allows him to make a split-second decision, and he appears on the spectators' planet, escaping Goku and surprising the boys and the Kais. This is chapter 16 of Dragon Ball AF, and the new Shadow Dragon saga is finally coming to a climax. With both Gohan and Pan dead, Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta completely exhausted and outlasted by the final Shadow Dragon, and the fate of everyone left hanging in the balance, it's up to Super Saiyan 5 Goku to ascend beyond Super Saiyan 5. If you guys want to check out the rest of this story to see how we got to this point, as always, the entire playlist will be linked at the top of the screen. Consider leaving a like for more content like this, subscribe to the channel for more. Happy New Year, and let's hop right in. After being driven into a corner, Su Shenron appeared in front of Elder Kai, Kibito Kai, and the others. But no one could have imagined why he showed up here in this moment besides narrowly escaping Goku. The spectators are stunned as they know they're no match for this guy, and the damage he would be able to do in the few seconds it would take Goku to get here is unimaginable. Nonetheless, the boys immediately spring into action, powering up and getting ready to hold off this guy the best they can. The dragon, however, tells them to just cool out. He doesn't have time to bother with them right now. What? Trunks asks as the dragon's smirk gets wider. All of a sudden, he extends his arm out and motions for something to come his way. It's the Dragon Balls that have been just recently purified even. He pulls the 6 Dragon Balls towards himself and then one by one swallows them all, much like Omega Shenron did 3 years prior, so one could only imagine the monstrous leap in power about to take place here. All of a sudden, his body begins undergoing an insanely intense transformation, growing not only bigger, but exponentially more powerful also. This is when finally, Super Saiyan 5 Goku appears on the spectators' planet along with Vegeta, but they notice, unfortunately, he's too late. An intense amount of negative energy erupts from the 4-star Shadow Dragon as his fusion with the rest of the Dragon Balls completes. Trunks, Uub, Goten, and Kibito Kai are stunned as this new transformation is even more fearsome than every Shadow Dragon they've encountered so far. When his eyes finally open, Super Su Shenron is finally born, but we'll call him Omega Su Shenron to make it easy. The look of worry is no longer present on the Shadow Dragon's face, as his newfound power might prove too much for even the ascended Super Saiyan 5 Goku. This guy is incredible, Goku says. I've never felt such an immense ki before. Vegeta knows that things are about to get even worse than before, so he tells the boys that they need to get out of the way now. So he and the boys get out of the way and fly off into the distance, Trunks wishing for Goku to do his best as they get out of harm's way. Now for the final round. Goku and Omega Su Shenron stand across from each other as the final battle commences. "You got me pretty good before," the dragon says. "Now listen up. I'll never forgive you. I'm gonna put you through many times the anguish I suffered, so brace yourself," he roars. "It won't be easy, you jerk," Goku replies. "I'm definitely gonna crush you." With the dragon replying, telling him to bring it on. Both Goku and the dragon power up to their maximum strength as the final battle finally begins, with all of the spectators finally clear of the battlefield. Kibito Kai takes the others and instant transmissions off into the distance, clearing the way for Goku. "Hang in there, Goku," he says as they continue to watch from a distance. "We're counting on you, Kakarot," Vegeta says. "The fate of the entire universe is resting on you." Super Saiyan 5 Goku and Omega Su Shenron both lunge at one another as the final round kicks off at last. They clash their very first attack, with Goku then throwing another punch that the dragon is able to dodge. He gets his next kick blocked by Goku before the two of them eventually clash with an enormous shockwave from their punches. As of right now, these two seem pretty evenly matched, which is amazing seeing as how it took all of this for the dragon to evenly match Goku. The two of these guys zip all over the battlefield in a Tenkaichi style clash as shockwaves sound off all throughout the skies. These two are totally locked in, and it's impossible to say anyone has the edge just yet, as the spectators can barely believe their eyes. These two are displaying a level of power they've never witnessed before. Finally, it seems like someone is taking a slight advantage in this battle as Omega Su Shenron starts overwhelming Goku and sends him to the ground below with a powerful kick crashing into the battlefield. Next, he charges up an insanely powerful attack, launching a blast directly down at Goku, who is still shrouded by the smoke. The impact of his blast levels the battlefield as even the spectators who are many meters away are blinded by the smoke and explosion of the dragon's attack. Everyone waits with bated breath, waiting to see if the dragon's increased power was enough to take Goku out. Even the dragon seems to think that he may have won. However, this is when Goku appears behind the dragon using instant transmission, escaping the dragon's last attack and resetting the battle back to a neutral setting. Both fighters showing a healthy amount of respect for one another, but Goku is still somehow unimpressed. "Could it be that was all your power?" Goku says. If so, what a disappointment. This enrages the dragon, but he can tell that he's just getting baited at this point, telling Goku to relax. "That was just a warm-up." "It's a relief to hear that," Goku replies. This is when Goku begins powering up again, releasing even more power than past Super Saiyan 5s to the shock of the spectators and Vegeta, but now he's ready to finally get serious. The dragon responds by powering up as well as these two behemoths get ready to end this. Trunks and the spectators can only watch in disbelief, realizing that there's no way they could measure up to these two at this point. The dragon launches another double dragon snake at Goku as the attack winds around the battlefield, but Goku uses instant transmission again to evade the attack and then launches his own counterblast. Omega Su Shenron responds by deflecting the attack away, but in that moment, Goku appears above him and fires another flurry of blasts down at him from another angle. A massive explosion ignites, but the Shadow Dragon mimics Goku's last movement and instant transmissions behind him, evading his attack. He lands a crushing punch on Goku, who turns around and returns the favor, landing another punch as well, showing how equal their current power is. They start clashing back and forth again, throwing punches, elbows, knees, etc., as the very landscape of the battlefield changes with each and every strike these two land on one another. "What a fierce battle," Kibito Kai says, trembling from what they're witnessing. "At this rate, the entire planet is going to be destroyed," Elder Kai comments. Vegeta admits that Goku is an entirely different league, even from the Shadow Dragon at this point, with Trunks noticing that he's not leaving himself open at all. This is the true power of Super Saiyan 5 that Goku has harnessed and mastered in record time. It doesn't even seem like he's bound to the same time limit Goku and Vegeta were. He quickly gains the upper hand on the Shadow Dragon with attack after attack, landing with little difficulty to the shock of the dragon, who just had a massive power up himself, but it honestly seems futile. Goku appears above him and with a double fist strike sends the dragon crashing into the ground below, creating yet another massive crater on this already weakening planet. Su Shenron is furious that his power has been bested so easily as he gets back to his feet and furiously releases more power, and while this may still be impressive to the spectators, Goku is unamused and this is driving the dragon crazy. It seems there was a difference in hidden potential after all, Vegeta comments. Excellent. So Goku, I never expected you to go this far, he says. Same here. As I thought, fighting a strong opponent is entertaining. Don't you feel the same way, Goku asks? Stupid meathead, the dragon replies, saying that he'll wipe that disgusting grin off his face soon enough, so brace yourself. All of a sudden, Goku notices that his ki just increased all at once, so the dragon has to be up to something. The dragon starts looking around for something as a confused Goku keeps a keen eye on him, but this is when he fires a massive dragon cannon at the ground below towards the vulnerable spectators. It seems that his primary target is Trunks, and if this attack makes contact, it will surely kill him. Goku tries to instant transmission and get to him as soon as possible, but the speed of this attack is too great, and instead of being able to get Trunks out of the way, Goku has no choice but to tank the attack himself as a massive explosion erupts from the collisions. This is the first bit of actual damage Goku has taken in this battle, as he was barely able to save Trunks from that attack. However, it's weakened him massively, and unfortunately, this allowed the dragon to figure out Goku's true weak point: his friends. You used a dirty trick, Goku comments as he turns around angrily as Trunks blames himself for that last attack. And now that Goku is weak, the dragon launches himself into another attack, and the strength difference this time is absurd. He crushes Goku with a punch to the stomach and then goes into a flurry of attacks. Didn't I just say I was gonna make you pay for all that I suffered? The dragon roars as he finally has the upper hand. With each strike, he continues wearing Goku down. With his last punch, it seems like he may be able to completely turn the tables on Goku. However, that smirk still hasn't left his face, and most notably, Goku is still in Super Saiyan 5. Knowing that they have to move now if they have any hope of this battle not slipping away, Vegeta tells Goten and Trunks that they need to funnel their ki to Goku in order to restore him back to full power. Goku is sent crashing back into the ground below, and then the dragon begins charging his final attack, saying he's preparing to finish off Goku. But before he's able to launch this devastating blow, Uub appears in front of him, saying that his battle is with him now, buying Goku and the others as much time as possible. What do you think you're doing, you piece of trash? The dragon says to Uub, who knows that at this rate, he won't even be able to stall for time. Now's not the time to worry about the consequences, he says to himself, and this is when he undergoes his Majin transformation once more, releasing an intense negative energy that even surprises Omega Su Shenron, as Uub shows an impressive amount of control over his new power. Over on the sidelines, the remaining Saiyans have gathered around Goku in their strongest forms: Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta, Super Saiyan 3 Trunks, and Super Saiyan 2 Goten, funneling their ki to him to not only heal him, but to create an even more powerful version of Super Saiyan 5. His power becomes so intense that the dragon instantly takes notice of it as he looks down at the ground and sees the large aura erupting from the Saiyans. So that's it, he exclaims. I won't let you get away with that, he says as he breaks away from Uub and rushes to break up the ritual. Uub tries to stop him, but the dragon is far out of his league at this point. He easily evades his attacks and then elbows him in the back of the neck as the two clash, but down on the ground with the Saiyans, something amazing happens. Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks open their eyes as two more beings' auras suddenly appear, joining hands with them. Super Saiyan 5 Gohan and Pan appear as well, offering their Saiyan energy to Goku too in the spiritual form as 5 Saiyans pour their energy into Super Saiyan 5 Goku. This is when Goku raises his head and finally opens his eyes, saying, "Sorry everyone, you saved me though," as the dragon knows that his time is up. Now that Goku has been supercharged, he's doomed in chapter 17 of Dragon Ball AF. So once again guys, Happy New Year. Thank you all so much for all of the support this year. I know we've tried a bunch of different stuff on the channel, but it's good to end the year off on something that we've been known for, right? And I really hope you guys are enjoying this story. We'll be done with this arc in the next chapter or 2, I think, and then we'll just go straight into the next arc. I'm not gonna put all of these into one movie just yet, unless you guys let me know down below in the comments. Do you want the Shadow Dragon arc of Dragon Ball AF in its own movie before we start the next arc? Or do you just want to wait until we're done with the whole thing and then we just make one long movie, which I was gonna do anyway. I would just put the Shadow Dragon arc movie at the beginning and then make part 2 of Dragon Ball AF its own movie, and then at the end of everything we'll just merge everything together and that will be the entire story of Dragon Ball AF. So let me know how you guys want me to do that. Once again, Happy New Year. Thank you all so much for the support this year and the past 8 years that we've been doing this. Have a great day, and I will see you all in the next one. Peace out, my boys. The Super Saiyan 5 ritual was finally completed with the help of Gohan and Pan in the last chapter of Dragon Ball AF, restoring Goku back to full health and full power. With help from Uub distracting the dragon long enough for the 5 Saiyans to gather around and funnel their ki into Goku, he was able to not only gain his strength back, but unlock a new reserve of Super Saiyan 5 power. Now, Goku has obtained the ultimate force by absorbing the Saiyan power of everyone else. Omega Su Shenron is cooked now as we can see him trembling in fear. This is a lot like the Super Saiyan God ritual, but something even stronger in my opinion. Goku calls out to him saying that last time they promised Shenron that the next time for certain the Earthlings would protect the world with their own hands. So this next attack is the final, he declares. Omega Su Shenron is frozen in place as he can feel full power Super Saiyan 5 Goku's enormous ki like a fierce pressure over his entire body. But something is far different with his ki this time besides it just being larger. Everything we've got is going into this one attack, Goku roars. He launches himself at the dragon whose eyes almost bulge out of his head as Goku's ki emanates the essence of every Saiyan he absorbed energy from. This first attack displays the silhouette of Pan as her ferocity can be seen and felt through Goku's kick straight to his gut. This first attack creases the Shadow Dragon and forces him to cough up blood. The next attack, Goten's silhouette can be seen as his power supercharges Goku's punch, decking the Shadow Dragon with a crushing strike to the face. Next is Trunks, whose power surges through Goku and ignites a furious elbow that almost knocks the dragon out cold. The Super Saiyan 5 duo, Goku and Vegeta, can be seen after this as their primal power landing a knee to the chin and sending the Shadow Dragon flying across the battlefield. And finally, Gohan's power takes shape as Goku ends his combo with a devastating uppercut. With the dragon soaring into the air, Goku rushes into the skies to chase him with one final attack, with the power of all Saiyans coursing through him, and pierces through the Shadow Dragon with a limit breaker primal dragon fist. One of the most beautiful shots in the entire manga, and I know I say that often, but young Gigi is literally just a god with the pins. Like you gotta agree with me on that. The dragon is stunned as a burning hole in his torso sears from Goku's power before Goku turns around and begins charging his final attack. "We're really grateful for the Dragon Balls," Goku says, "and I'm sure we may yet have to rely on them again. But we're the cause of the minus energy, so we will be the ones to disperse it." The power of the 5 Saiyans surges through Goku as his limited Kamehameha begins swirling around the battlefield. The dragon is on his last leg as Goku releases his attack, an amazingly beautiful and powerful beam that rips through the sky, and with one last look of fear, the newly born Shadow Dragon, who had absorbed all of the Dragon Balls recently, would be entirely swallowed by Goku's attack. His body would be completely destroyed, turned to dust and ashes by the strongest attack we've ever seen Goku wield. A giant crater gets left in the ground in the wake of Goku's attack as he lets out a sigh of relief, signaling that this battle might finally be over. Goten and Trunks cheer from the ground below as there's no trace of the Shadow Dragon left and Goku goes back to his base form. Nearby, Kibito Kai gives Uub a dose of the holy water again, which wakes him up and returns him back to normal as he realizes that they did it. Goku actually won. And now, all 7 Dragon Balls have been purified and they're ready for one final use. Yeah, unfortunately I caused everyone trouble again, Goku says. Well, let's go summon Shenron and Bulma and the others' place without delay. Right. Pan's remains are there too, Trunks says. So with that, Kibito Kai instant transmissions everyone back to Earth. Back at Capsule Corp, the bodies of Pan and Gohan are brought back out as they prepare to use the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron, Goku shouts as the sky goes dark and the dragon erupts from the magic of the Dragon Balls, finally looking normal again after all these years. Long time no see, Shenron, Goku calls out to their old friend. Our incompetence has caused nothing but hardship until now. Son Goku, you did well to defeat the Shadow Dragon, Shenron admits, and with your power as promised. Because of that power, that sentiment, I'm sure we'll be just fine from here on, Goku says. Now that all of the evil energy has been purified, what wish could you possibly want granted, Shenron asks. Goku takes a moment to reflect on everything that's happened, not just over the last 16 volumes, but honestly the last few decades since he first used the Dragon Balls, and then responds by saying, I'm really sorry for relying on you to the very end, he says, but this one thing is something that only you can do, Shenron. I have one wish that I want granted. Pan, Gohan, and everyone that died in this fight. Please resurrect them, he asks, as Videl and Chi-Chi stand by with tears in their eyes. Understood, Shenron replies, as the dragon's magic engulfs their 2 bodies. All of a sudden, both Gohan and Videl open their eyes as life is finally restored to them and sit up from their capsules. Finally, after so much hardship and Goku himself having to return, Gohan and Pan are finally restored. A collective sigh of relief can be heard around Capsule Corp as everyone gathered here has tears in their eyes, but they can finally crack a smile that things are back to normal. As Gohan reunites with Goten, Trunks, and Uub, and they fill him in on everything that's happened since he was killed, Pan notices that there's someone else here that wasn't around before. It's Goku. The moment she lays eyes on him, she bursts into tears and runs towards her grandpa, tackling him and giving him a big hug. Welcome back, Grandpa Goku, she says with a huge smile on her face, finally concluding the end of the Shadow Dragon saga once more, and the return of Goku after 3 long years. In this way, the Dragon Balls were safely revived, but that doesn't mean they need to be overused again. And at the same time, the curtains closed on Goku and everyone else's long fight throughout the decades against not only villains that they could see, but their own dependence on the Dragon Balls and the negative energy being built up after all this time. But no, even though this may be the end of this saga, this will never end. The Dragon World never ends, no matter how far we've come. It continues on forever and ever. As long as Son Goku and his friends are there will always be another adventure. Thank you for watching. Leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel for more, and stay tuned for the next part of Dragon Ball AF, because no, this story is still not over.